Scouts Honor Series by Nola King. Book 1. Smart Cookie. Description: Ever since she knocked on my door seeking donations for her charity, I hadn't been able to put her out of my mind. Her innocence and playful demeanor utterly charmed me, but I wanted something in exchange for my massive check. I'm in competition with a rival to seal the big deal, and she'll be the icing on the top of my pitch. Will she accept my proposal of a fake engagement in exchange for a donation?
I was out of options and took the bold step to go knocking on doors along Billionaire's Row with my hat in my hand. I struck gold at the first house when a hunk with a 24-carat smile invited me in to chat. To say I was surprised would be an understatement, but more so was his proposal. He would give me a cool $250,000, but there were strings attached. I'd have to pretend to be his fake fiancée. His offer was too tempting to refuse, but could I go through with it if my feelings turned out to be not so fake?
Chapter 1. The fog lifted to reveal the Golden Gate Bridge in all its glory once again, and from the office in my Pacific Heights home, I had the best possible view of the bay and San Francisco's most iconic and loved landmark. If there was anything that could get my brain in gear, and those creative juices flowing, that was it. I decided to spend the day at home because I had to be focused and there were too many distractions at the office, even on a Saturday. Making sure that my pitch to Angus McGee would bowl him over and knock Grayson out of the game before it even started was the most important priority. The old man had to choose me to develop the Big Sky property into a classy, high-end ski resort. Though I've always landed the top real estate development deals, I had tough competition in Grayson Grimes, whose family had always been in competition with mine. It didn't bother me much before, but he had made a terrible mistake when he stole my fiancée from me. Only afterwards did I realize that he had probably done me a favor because Naomi, the strikingly beautiful model and wannabe actress, was just not the right woman for me. But still, he had no right to behave the way he did. I had more than an axe to grind with him, and as such, was hell-bent on beating him where it mattered most, and that was to score the biggest and most rewarding deals in the business like the one that I was working on now. I knew that Grayson wanted it badly, and that he was prepared to swing for the fences, which meant that my own presentation had to be flawless. I was not going to let Grayson steal this from me too. I leaned back in my chair and stared through the picture window over the bay in the distance, reflecting on the relationship between us. We were both 28 years old, and moved in the same circles. We probably would have been friends if business hadn't come between us. But it had, and when I heard that he was also bidding for the Big Sky Resort deal, I made a promise to myself that I would outclass him. I would do whatever it took, starting with the best pitch I have ever come up with before. Turning my attention back to the work at hand, I was confident that I had covered all the bases, and that no one could have done a better job, but I had to go through it at least one more time. In a highly competitive business, only the best players are successful, and I had to prove that I was the best. I had to achieve that sense of perfection that always came through in my work. The doorbell sounded and echoed through the house. Damn. I was just getting back into it again and really didn't need visitors at such a critical time. The housekeeper had weekends off, so I tore myself away from my desk and left the office to go answer the door. Whoever it was better have a good reason to intrude on my time. I would be dealing this interruption as quickly as possible so I could get back to my work. What greeted me when I opened the door was unexpected and refreshing, turning my irritation into surprise and curiosity. Behind the door was a petite blonde woman with an irresistible impish grin. She couldn't be older than 25, and she wore a sleeveless white sundress that showed off a deep honeygold tan and legs that would leave most women green with envy. A slight curl was noticeable in hair that hung loose just reaching her shoulders, and a pair of flat, brown sandals completed her outfit. "I sure hope I've passed inspection," she said, and broke into a giggle that lightened up her face even more. "Oh, I'm not nearly done scrutinizing yet, you are something to look at, you know," I said with a smile. "At least you're smiling, So that must mean you're not going to chase me away before I can tell you why I'm at your door, she said. Never, I'm far too interested in finding out what has brought you to my house, I said, and crossed my arms over my chest, waiting for her reply. The name is Scout, and I am trying to raise money for a new charity, she said. So, you're scouting around for donations, Scout? I said, and cocked an eyebrow. You've got it, she said. You do realize there are much better and easier ways of going about it these days, don't you? I can think of at least 4 without using too much brain power. Let's see, a gala dinner, a silent auction, a ladies' tea, a golf day, even selling pancakes or cookies would be easier than walking up to a stranger's house asking for a check, I said, and shook my head. Believe me, I do know that. But I also know that to arrange any of the options you mentioned takes money, which is precisely what I don't have. Besides, if I did have that kind of money, I would rather spend it on the girls I'm trying to help than blow it on a huge function which may or may not yield enough to cover the expenses. Does that make sense? She asked. Not really, if I'm being honest. You must be very determined if you are prepared to go to such lengths for your cause. But I, for one, am not the type of guy who would just write a check on the spur of the moment, I said. Okay, but may I please come inside? I'd like to tell you more about the girls and the charity. Maybe if you knew what I'm dealing with you would change your mind, she pleaded. I hesitated for a few seconds. She seemed to be a pleasant, likable person, but I doubted that anything she had to say would change my mind. My company had a foundation in place for that kind of thing, and I never became involved myself. Even though I wasn't interested, I couldn't get myself to just turn her away. There was something about her that made me want to learn a little more. I thought I detected a playful little devil behind the sparkle in her eyes, and that excited me. It hinted towards a deviousness that matched my own playful streak. The fact that I found her very attractive clinched it, and I stepped aside. Please come inside, I found myself saying, and closed the door behind her. As she walked in, she let out a whistle, and then stopped and turned to me. This is pretty impressive, she said, spreading her arms wide. The house is not only beautiful outside, but really incredible inside, and I have to compliment you on the decor. It is really exceptional, she said, and I could see that she meant every word. She slowly walked through the entrance hall into the lounge, touching some of the items as she walked past. I was so used to my home that I didn't notice any longer, and seeing it through her eyes evoked a feeling of pride within me that I hadn't experienced before. Let me show you around, I said, and took her through the bottom floor, pointing out pieces of furniture, art and carpets that were special to me. She didn't say anything, but she looked like a wide-eyed little girl walking through a fantasy world. We ended up in the kitchen. Would you like something to drink? I asked. Wow. I am blown away. Okay, sure, thanks, a glass of water or a cup of tea sounds great, she said, combing her hands through her hair. I can do better than that, I said, and got a bottle of wine from the fridge. A glass of wine might make me feel more generous, I said with a wink. Quickly, I opened the wine, poured 2 glasses and handed one to her. She laughed when she took the glass from me, then clinked my glass and took a sip of her wine, then looked into my eyes. A shiver ran down my spine. There was something about this woman that delighted me. She was obviously out of her element completely, yet she was confident in her own skin, and not intimidated by me or anything of the opulence around her. I liked her. A lot. She turned me on, and I wanted to get to know her. Very few women had that effect on me, and I was suddenly very glad I invited her in. The pitch could wait. It was perfect anyway, and I'd have time to give it a final once-over later. This day had taken an unexpected but welcome turn, and I decided to make the most of it.
Chapter 2. It was unreal. I was actually sharing a glass of wine with a man who had to be a billionaire, because the man who owned the biggest house on Billionaire's Row in San Francisco had to be flush with cash. It wasn't just the house, either. Everything inside spoke of real money. Handmade furniture, exquisite works of art and carpets that looked like they belonged in a castle didn't come cheap. He didn't have to point out that I had chosen a difficult path when I decided to try door-to-door canvassing for donations, but it was the only shot I had. I had tried to get sponsorships from local businesses to throw glamorous events, but without success. I couldn't give up, and with little to lose at this point, I decided to give this a shot. It was the weekend, after all, and what's the worst that could happen? If all those beautiful expensive doors were slammed in my face, at least I got a nice walk out of it in the richest, classiest neighborhood in the city. Starting with the biggest house on the top of the hill, I expected to speak to a staff member, seeing that the house took up an entire block. The last thing I expected was to meet the owner himself face to face. You didn't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that the strikingly good-looking man who opened the door was the master of the mansion, especially once he gave me an impromptu tour. Dressed casually in shorts and a green t-shirt that matched his brilliant green eyes, he had thick blonde hair that fell untidily over his forehead and was just the right length at the neck. He had it all. He was so tall that I had to look up to him, and judging by the way the muscles stretched under his t-shirt and danced on his upper arms, I could see that he was fit and strong. The shorts emphasized strong, well-formed legs. He was barefoot and oozed self-confidence, but not arrogance. The perfect package. The house was tastefully decorated and I admired the luxury, but at the same time I thought about how far the money that was spent on the opulence could have gone towards children in need. It was just the way my mind worked, which is why I became a social worker in the first place. I had no right to judge him for the way he lived and spent his money, and he didn't come across as a bad guy. Although, the way he looked at me brought to mind one of those wolves from the old cartoons, with eyes that bugged out at the sight of a pretty lady. He wouldn't have offered me a glass of wine if he wasn't a little bit interested, and it suited me since I had to admit the attraction was mutual. I wasn't above using it to my advantage, either. Besides, it could be fun to flirt with him for a bit, and who knew what might come of it. "Follow me," he said, and led me to a small, intimate lounge with a wall-to-wall window offering a view over the bay I'd only ever seen from my hikes along the hills. He chose a comfortable wingback chair, and before I sat down, I took a business card from my bag and handed it to him. He studied it and placed it on the coffee table next to him. "The name is Trent, by the way." "Trent Lockhart," he said, and a light went on in my mind. He was the man I read about who had made it big in the real estate world at a very young age. A child wonder, he landed his first deal when he was in his early 20s, so it was no wonder he could afford to live the way he did. "So, you are a social worker scouting for donations, and I happen to be the target. I must say that if your cause is half as good as your looks, I might just hear you out," he said, with a smile as he sat back in his chair. I took the chair across from him, set my bag on the floor, and took a sip of the wine. "At least now you know I am not just an opportunist begging for money," I said, and brushed my hair back from my face, tucking it behind my ears. Taking a deep breath, I began my pitch. "I have done social work for a number of years, and through the course of my career I'd become increasingly frustrated because I wanted to do so much more," I said. He watched me attentively, taking a sip of wine now and again. "My passion lies with kids in need. There are so many of them who end up home alone because of parents working multiple jobs, which, as you can imagine, is not ideal, and is for many, a very unhealthy situation. They have no supervision, little self-discipline, and largely just do as they please," I continued. He didn't interrupt, and just watched me intently. "Then, there are the homeless ones. They break my heart because they have to fend for themselves so much. Many families are squeezing in with various relatives or friends here and there, frequently moving around. Many are living in cars or shelters, and some are literally on the streets. They've got nowhere to go, nothing to look forward to, and a dismal future," I explained, using my hands a lot as was my habit. The more I talked, the more passionate I became. I so desperately wanted him to understand how much it meant to me, and how much I wanted to make a difference. If I could establish some place for them to go and something constructive to do after school, it would prevent them from ending up in the streets, engaging in risky behavior or worse, the self-harm that I have seen so often, I said, almost pleading by that time. And just how do you intend to do that, Scout Atkins? What exactly do you have in mind, he said, and sat forward in his chair. I knew I had his attention, but I needed more than that. I needed funding, and I had to convince him. The idea is to start with a group of at-risk youth. I could make use of donated spaces like community centers and churches, but I need funding for activities, material and marketing, I explained, then looked at him expectantly. Trent sat back again, took a sip of his wine, and then set the glass on the table next to him. You are very persuasive, but what makes your group different from the dozens of other charities out there, he asked, and I knew that I had to choose my words carefully if I wanted to convince him. He was not sold on my cause yet, that much was clear. There is no other group like mine, and rest assured, I've done my homework on this. I have been in the field for a long time, and that is how I became aware of the need and the necessity to do something. Most of the essential programs that people think are out there were killed by the cuts in funding, and frankly, no one seems to care about the teenage girls who are notoriously resistant, I explained. I have formed various relationships through the social work that I have done, and I could see very clearly that their needs were simply not being met, I said. Let's go and get a refill, he said. I picked up my glass and followed him into the kitchen. Thinking it was time to be a little more persuasive, I moved a bit closer to him. I looked up at him and gave him my sweetest smile. I wasn't flirting just to get him to part with some money, though. There was a tingling inside of me that spurred me on. Just looking at him did something to me that I hadn't felt in a long time. But I had some more convincing to do and needed to focus on the goal. Surely a man as wealthy and powerful as you could spare a few bucks for needy kids? I said as I looked around. Your home is filled with expensive treasures, but please understand, I'm not asking for the cost of a priceless painting. Any donation would go a long way, plus I know you would feel better knowing you had contributed towards such a worthy cause. I lifted the glass to my lips and took a sip with a tiny smile. A grin spread across his face. Your talents are lost on social work, he said, with a wink and chuckle. I have to admit that I am intrigued, but in my world and line of work, there is no such thing as a one-sided deal, he said, as he filled his glass. Of course. You would be listed as a sponsor, Anne. I'm not interested in publicity, Trent said, interrupting me. I need something more specific. I took a step back, uncertain of what to expect. Surely a man like him wasn't going to make an indecent proposal. I find myself in need of a fake fiancée to help me close a deal that I'm working on, he said, speaking casually. My jaw dropped and my eyes opened wide. Completely at a loss for words, I hadn't seen that one coming. All you have to do is to attend a couple of events with me, acting as my fiancée, and if you agree, I will donate $250,000 towards your charity, he said, staring deep into my eyes. To say I was stunned was an understatement. The amount he was offering was mind-blowing, and would provide for things I had only dreamed of. It would not only help establish a proper organization, but also fund it for a couple of years at least. I couldn't say no, but would I be up to it?
Chapter 3. The look in Scout's eyes was priceless, and I could almost see the wheels spinning and turning in her head. I didn't expect her to jump at the idea. She seemed much too level-headed to make such a big decision impulsively, but it was worth a try. Scout Atkins, as her card indicated, seemed as wholesome as apple pie, and that was exactly the image I needed to help sell myself to Angus McGee and clinch the deal. I knew the amount I offered seemed exorbitant, but I had made my calculations, and considering that I was going to make multi-millions on the deal, it was only a drop in the bucket. I hoped she would take the bait. From what she told me, it was clear that she was a dedicated, caring person who would do anything to help her cause. That was a characteristic we shared and one that I appreciated and respected. She was also smart and entertaining, and would be fun to have around. Added to that, she had piqued my interest and pressed all the right buttons, especially the ones that caused pleasant stirrings in my body. Draining my glass, I took hers from her and placed it on the kitchen counter. She looked at me with a deep frown between her eyes, her head cocked to one side, and I placed my hand lightly on her back and guided her to the balcony that overlooked the bay. I hoped that the view would go to her head and help her make a decision in my favor. "I can see that I floored you with my proposal, but just think about it," I said, as we stood side by side at the railing. She held onto it with both hands and stared out at the bay with a far-off look in her eyes. "Let me make it clear that I am not asking you to actually marry me, just to pretend for a while. My only expectation would be that you accompany me to functions now and again and play the role of my fiancée. It wouldn't be that difficult, would it?" I asked. Finally, she looked up at me. "I understand what you require, and the amount you are offering is mind-boggling, but..." "Look at it this way," I said, interrupting her train of thought. "No more begging for sponsorships, knocking on doors and wandering around neighborhoods for funding. It seems that has been both frustrating and heartbreaking for you. This way you will have enough money to get started right away with everything you wanted for the girls and more, all while having the time of your life. You attend a couple of glamorous functions and enjoy a few mini vacations, all in the lap of luxury. It is a win-win situation," I said. Scout turned to stare out at the bay again, biting her bottom lip. I hoped that I had gotten through to her, but couldn't really read anything from her face. She seemed almost absent-minded, but I knew that the opposite was probably true, and that her mind was at work weighing the pros and the cons. She finally turned to me with a determined look in her eyes. As she took a deep breath, I held my own in anticipation of her answer. "Okay. This hasn't been an easy decision, but I am willing to go along with it," she said. I let out my breath, relieved that she had seen the light. "But you must understand that there must be some ground rules for our fake engagement," she said, and I nodded my head in agreement. "The first is that there must not be any announcement in the media. In fact, no media exposure at all. I don't want anybody in my profession thinking that I'm really engaged to you, because I wouldn't know how to handle it," she said, and I agreed completely. "Secondly, no intimacy. I will be your fiancé in name only," she said. I suppose that one shouldn't have come as a surprise, but I was a little taken aback. The way she acted earlier gave me reason to believe that she might be open to more than just a fake relationship, but the look in her eyes now told a different story. "Lastly, I want a contract up front to ensure that my girls are guaranteed the money, even if you don't close the deal," she said. I had thought she was smart, but with it she had proved it. Another point in her favor, and I was happy to oblige. In spite of her rules, I was still certain that I made the right decision. Probably even more so. I needed someone by my side to soften the old man up, and I knew she would be able to do it. "You drive a hard bargain, but you've got it." "I'll see to it that it's done," I said, and she nodded, then held out her hand to shake on the deal. The touch of her hand sent a spark through my body, and I didn't want to let it go. She didn't withdraw her hand quickly either, but instead, she covered it with the other, and the impish smile reappeared. "I got more than I bargained for, Trent Lockhart, but I've never shied away from a challenge, and you have presented me with the biggest one yet. I hope you know what you're letting yourself for, because I'm not going to go easy on you," she said, and let out a delightful giggle. The look in her eyes and the sound of her voice caused an unexpected stirring in my pants. Squeezing her hand, I quickly withdrew mine because I had to get myself under control. She was a smart cookie, and I didn't want to overplay my hand. "Thank you for listening to me, for the wine, and most of all for the incredible deal. I have taken up for too much of your time already, so I'd better get going," she said. I didn't want her to leave, and under normal circumstances, I would have turned on the charm and tried to make her stay, but these circumstances were not normal. I knew I'd have to let her go if I wanted her to keep her end of the bargain. "I'll have the contract drawn up and we'll be in touch with you soon so that it can be signed," I said, and we left the balcony so she could get her bag. I walked her to the front door where we said goodbye casually, and I watched her walk away. She left without looking back, swung her head around and quickly caught her hair up in a ponytail at the back. I could visualize a perfect body under the white fabric of her dress as it swayed lightly in the wind. Watching until she disappeared around the corner, I shook my head in disbelief and closed the door. I had made a great deal and was excited that she had agreed. She was perfect for the job, but I also knew that my attraction to her was going to make it hell. Especially where rule number 2 was concerned. The stirring that I felt earlier had turned into a throbbing sensation just by watching her walk away. My body was not cooperating at all. I could only hope that as we got to know one another she would break her own rules. I could sense that she was not indifferent to me, and I just knew she wouldn't be able to resist my charm in the long run. It was going to be a very interesting and exciting project, and I couldn't wait to get the ball rolling, I thought, with a devilish smile on my face. I had to get my lawyer on the phone to get him started on the contract pronto. With a smile, I could just imagine her on my arm at the next gala dinner that I was supposed to attend in only a few short weeks. That made me realize she probably didn't have an appropriate wardrobe for that sort of thing. I decided to make an appointment with a personal shopper who knew her business. Scout wasn't going to know what hit her, I thought, and wondered what her reaction was going to be when I told her I'd hired a professional to make sure she dressed appropriately for every occasion. Most girls would probably be overwhelmed and go along with it, and I hoped that she wouldn't see it as an insult. Of course, I had more than demure cocktail dresses and accessories in mind. I was already visualizing her in lacy lingerie in a completely different setting. Like my bedroom, for instance. Or the cabana in the Bahamas. In fact, I'd like to have her anywhere in lacy lingerie.
Chapter 4. The Sunday following my visit with Trent was an emotional roller coaster. One moment I was high on excitement, and the next I dipped to the depths when the reality of what I had committed to sunk in. It was huge, and I was glad that I had time to get my mind around it before I had to actually sign the contract. Once that was done, there was no going back. Still, I couldn't believe that I agreed and was going for the deal. Playing the role of a fake fiancée to a sexy billionaire was something I would never have envisioned in my wildest dreams. It was the stuff of fairy tales, not something that happens in real life. Yet, here I was. It was hard to say no to Trent and the exceedingly generous donation. I would play the role of the future Mrs. Lockhart for a time as agreed. I wondered how long the exercise was going to last. I didn't know how far along he was in the process of negotiating the deal, but our arrangement would last at least until he either clinched it or lost it. I congratulated myself for having the foresight to negotiate a contract that would ensure I got the funding for my charity, despite the outcome of his endeavor. There was so much I could do with the money, it was going to be life-changing for so many kids out there. That would make it all worthwhile. Besides, playing the game and spending more time with a man like Trent could only be fun. By the time the sun was setting over the city, I had made peace with my decision, and I found myself looking forward to the call. I woke up early on Monday morning, and the call came just as I was ready to leave for work. The appointment was scheduled for later that same morning. Trent was a man that didn't waste any time, which was just as well. The sooner we got it done, the sooner I could get started. Trying not to think about the upcoming appointment, I tried to focus on my work, but it all became very real when I stepped into the elevator for the ride to Trent's office at the top floor of one of the fanciest office buildings in the city. It felt as if my heart was fighting to burst from my chest, it was beating so hard. The elevator door opened and I stepped out into an opulent office. My legs felt weak as I walked up to the desk and told the receptionist that I had an appointment. "You must be Miss Atkins," she said with a friendly smile. "Mr. Lockhart is expecting you, please follow me." Then she led me to Trent's office. He got up from the chair behind his desk as I entered, dressed impeccably in what was obviously a tailored suit. He looked even hotter than he had in the casual clothes at home, if that was possible, and I realized it was going to be harder to stick to my own rules than I anticipated. "Nice to see you again, Scout," Trent said, with a welcoming smile. "You're right on time, I'm impressed," he teased, then he walked up to me and handed me a small stack of papers. "Punctuality is one of my strong points," I said, and smiled back at him. I felt more comfortable already because of the relaxed way he had greeted me. I half expected it to be an awkward moment, but he managed to set me at ease immediately. "That's the contract. Take your time and read through it," he said, and pulled up a chair for me at his desk. I did as he suggested and started reading. Everything seemed straightforward enough, but then I got to a paragraph that I did not know how to interpret and must have furrowed my brow. "Everything okay?" Trent asked, with concern in his voice. "It says here that I cannot hold it against you and terminate the agreement if I violate my own stipulations." "What exactly does that mean?" I asked, and looked at him questioningly. "Oh, that," he said, then winked at me and gave me a sly smile. "Well, all it means is that if you should happen to go a bit further than flirting and kissing and decide to become intimate with me, it won't be grounds for termination of the agreement," he explained, and I felt my cheeks flushing. "I promised to abide by your rules, but wanted to have a provision in place just in case you might decide to stretch them yourself later," he said, with a smile and a twinkle in his eyes. "I have a lot of confidence in my charm," he laughed, then gave me a little smirk and shrugged his manly shoulders. "Ah, so that's the way he wants to play it." I had to admit that was a clever one, but decided I would fight fire with fire and not make it easy for him. I dropped the papers, accidentally of course, then bent over at the waist to pick them up, giving him a fine view of my behind. Stealing a glance, I saw that he was staring unashamedly. I couldn't help but smile while I read through the rest of the contract, and when I was done, I signed it. Leaning over when I handed it back, I got close enough so he could get a view of my cleavage. He clearly didn't mind me teasing him, but I was unprepared for what he did next. He came towards me, grabbed me by the arms and pulled me against him. I didn't resist, because I couldn't if I wanted to. Looking up, I saw the hunger in his eyes, our faces were inches apart and I was waiting for him to kiss me when the intercom buzzed. The moment passed as the receptionist announced that his next appointment had arrived. He quickly pulled away from me and straightened his tie. Disappointed, but amused, a giggle escaped before I wagged my finger at him and left the office. I was on an emotional high like I've seldom, if ever, known before. Trent showed that he wasn't immune to my charms, and the thought gave me the boost of confidence I needed for the journey ahead. I headed back to work, full of enthusiasm and loaded with energy. There were a few urgent things I had to take care of before my lunch date with Abby, my best and dearest friend. She had been away for the weekend, but I'd called to tell her about the fake engagement after I left Trent's home. She insisted that we meet for lunch today because she couldn't wait to get all the juicy details, and honestly, I couldn't wait to tell her. We decided to meet at Beanstalk Cafe, our favorite coffee shop in Union Square, and I got there just before the lunch rush. I was still deciding which table to choose when I saw Abby wave at me from across the street. My heart warmed at the sight of my adorable, cute friend who was always there when I needed her. I knew she would always support me in everything, but I couldn't help but wonder what she was going to make of my latest decision. Like always, her thick, brown hair was in a ponytail because she didn't care much for appearances, and she gave me a shy hug before we sat down at the table I chose. "It's great to see you, but come on, girl, spill it all immediately," she said, still out of breath from running across the street to the coffee shop. "Wow, wait. So, how was your weekend? Are you okay? How is your work going?" I joked and she shook her head vehemently. "No, you're not going there, my hilarious friend. You dropped a bombshell with no explanation Saturday on the phone, and I've had to wait long enough to hear what you have gotten yourself into," she said, moved her sunglasses to the top of her head and settling in. "I can't wait to tell you either, but let's just order something first." I really need it after the morning I've had, I said, and she raised her eyebrows. Don't worry, everything is under control, I told her, and we went through the menus. I called a waiter and placed our order. It's on me today, and don't argue, I can afford it, I said. Okay, out with it. I did a little research on your Trent Lockhart. He's only 28 years old, but he's filthy rich and beyond handsome. I drooled just looking at his pictures on the internet, she said excitedly. I am certain that most women would jump at the opportunity to accompany him on lavish vacations, but isn't it very risky? I would never be brave enough to take him up on his offer, she said, and I nodded in agreement. It is risky, yes, because I like him already. I'll have to guard against real feelings, because it will only be a fake relationship, I said, admitting my deepest thoughts to her. Guard your heart, my friend. I don't want to see you get hurt, Abby said sincerely and reached for my hand.
Chapter 5. It was game on. The contract was signed and my fiancée was waiting for me to make the next move. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about Scout since the moment that I'd almost kissed her in my office. The disappointment I felt when the intercom buzzed was so great that for a split second, I felt the urge to fire the poor receptionist for interrupting the moment. I went to work on Project Fiancée immediately, and the next step was for the personal shopper to put the perfect wardrobe together. The clothes she chose for Scout to pick from had to be chic and elegant, with lingerie to match. Frilly, sexy lingerie. If there was no need, the chic and elegant wouldn't even feature on my list, but that would be jumping the gun. Scout teased and flirted, but I had a feeling she would run faster than a rabbit being chased by a rabid dog if she knew what I was thinking. I found a personal shopper with good references and gave her clear instructions. We had an appointment to meet at a high-end boutique, and I was standing outside, waiting for the delightful Scout to make her appearance. There was just something different about the girl. She was playful and fun, but she was also smart enough to challenge me, and I loved that about her. The way she teased me in my office at the signing of the contract turned me on like no woman had ever done before. I was excited and couldn't wait to see her again. A bus stopped at the end of the block and people streamed out. I checked them out in anticipation, and when I spotted her, my heart skipped, and then started beating harder when she headed towards me wearing that impish smile that first drew me to her in the first place. I took it as a sign that she wasn't offended by the personal shopper idea. Instead, it seemed as if she was looking forward to it. She wore tight-fitting jeans with a pink crop top and a matching belt that emphasized her slim hips. Her hair was loose again, tucked behind the ear on the one side to show a feathery earring that matched the pendant on the chain around her neck. She looked fresh and happy, and I couldn't wait to see her in the sexy outfits chosen for her to try on inside the shop. When she reached me, she smiled brightly and glanced at the bold silver watch on her wrist. "You couldn't have waited long, I'm certain I'm a few minutes early," she said. "I got here just a few minutes ago. With the traffic and parking problems around here, I left a bit earlier to make sure I was on time," I said. "And hello to you too," I laughed, and she blushed lightly. "Hi Trent," she said, and I liked the way she said my name. "You look pretty. Let's go inside, they're all set," I said, and guided her into the store. When we entered, the personal shopper came forward to greet us and said she wanted to take a few quick measurements. Scout looked amused but a little uncertain, as if she didn't expect all the attention. I gave her a reassuring smile, and we followed the shopper to a bank of mirrors where a rack of clothing was parked. I settled into a chair in front of the mirrors, and Scout placed her bag on the floor next to me. She looked around at the rows and rows of clothing that covered the walls. The shopper started going through the clothes on the rack and told us that she was going to select outfits from there that she thought would work best with Scout's coloring. Scout raised her eyebrows, cocked her head and shrugged slightly. I winked at her and gave her a thumbs up, but she just smiled back at me uncertainly. The shopper handed her a dress and she disappeared behind a curtain to try it on. I wished I had X-ray eyes so I could see that perfect body while she undressed. Just the thought of her in the process of undressing caused stirrings in parts of my body that I had to get in check. She came out looking flawless, but her eyes were wide and she had a terrified look on her face. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Do you have any idea how much this dress costs?" "It's about half my salary. I want to get out of it as soon as possible because I'm terrified I might damage it," she said, and I burst out laughing. "Come on, you won't, just enjoy it," I said, and she shook her head, then turned and walked back into the dressing room. She came out again in a different outfit a few minutes later and struck a pose like a ballerina. I couldn't help but to laugh again, then she curtsied and went back into the changing room. She tried on a few different outfits and had a new analogy of what she looked like every time she came out. One outfit made her look like a sick peacock, another resembled an unripe papaya, and so it went. She had me in stitches and I enjoyed every minute. I couldn't remember the last time I had laughed so much and so hard. She was quick-witted and had a great sense of humor. The personal shopper got a call and excused herself while Scout was busy changing into another outfit. She called for the woman to zip her up, and I saw it as an opportunity to get a little closer. She had to take a call, but I can help you if you'd let me, I said, and waited for her reply. The next moment the curtains parted slightly, and she peeped through the opening. "Do you think it's appropriate?" she asked, and then smiled wickedly and opened the curtains to let me in. I zipped up the back of her dress and she threw her head back and slid her hands down the sides of her body. "The fabric is so rich and luxurious, it feels heavenly against my skin," she said, and made soft, purring sounds while she admired herself in the mirror. The way she talked, touched herself and acted in front of the mirror turned me on, and I knew that was exactly what she wanted. She was teasing and I was reacting like she expected me to. "This outfit will definitely do. You can unzip me now," she said, and I was only too eager to oblige. I unzipped the dress slowly and caught a glimpse of the lingerie underneath. It was enough to kick my arousal into overdrive. I couldn't help myself and bent down to kiss her exposed shoulder. She lifted her arm and touched my cheek with her hand, then she turned around and faced me. Her cheeks were glowing, and I saw yearning in her eyes that I had to act upon. It was like an invitation that I couldn't refuse, and I bent down to kiss her again, but on the lips like I had wanted to do since I met her. It was steamy and so passionate my head started spinning. She reacted hungrily and dropped the dress that she was holding up. I drew away and saw the sexy corset, exquisite lace panties, a garter and silk stockings that she was wearing underneath. I groaned deeply, placed my hand on the back of her head and drew her closer to me to resume the kiss even more passionately than before. I explored her lips, her teeth and her tongue, and the sweet taste of her turned my body on fire. I was at such a stage of arousal that I wanted to take her right there. At that moment nothing else existed but the two of us and the passion that consumed us. "Mr. Lockhart." I heard the shopper call and Scout pulled away immediately. She took a deep breath and pushed me gently out of the dressing room. My knees were still weak, but I gathered myself and walked back to the chair I had occupied before. I didn't want to think what the poor woman would have found if she had come back 2 minutes later.
Chapter 6. It was the day of my first assignment as fake fiancée, and I was a bundle of nerves, but also filled with excitement while I waited for Trent to pick me up. We were going to fly to Montana on his private jet, and I had to pinch myself to know it was real. My doorbell rang, and I rushed to open the door. The man of the moment had a boyish grin on his face and looked at me expectantly. "Good morning, Mrs. Lockhart-to-be. Ready for an adventure?" he asked, with a twinkle in his eyes. "Good morning, Mr. Lockhart. You're right on time." "Impressive," I joked, and at that he burst out laughing. "It's one of my stronger points," he retorted, and I joined him in laughing, both remembering our first meeting in his office. Trent checked his watch and looked around. "All ready?" he asked, and I pointed to my bag next to the door with a nod. "Let's go then, the pilot does not like to wait," he said, and picked up my bag. I locked the door behind me and followed him out to his car. He was fashionably but casually dressed in navy tailored slacks with a white t-shirt under a light summer jacket, and I couldn't help but admire his choice. My dad used to say something about looking successful to be successful, which suddenly made sense to me. Trent was a living example of that. The plane was ready, engines whirring as we got to the airport, and within matter of just a few minutes, we were settled inside and immediately took off. I stared at the clouds through the porthole the whole time, excitement building as we approached our destination. Trent sat in the aisle across from me, deeply immersed in his work on his laptop. It was good because it gave me time to reflect on everything that had happened since our last meeting at the boutique. All week I had been distracted by thoughts of him and our steamy kiss in the dressing room. I had lost control completely and was determined not to let it happen again. I made the rule and I would stick to it. As much as I enjoyed his company and acknowledged the spark between us, I felt it would be a mistake to make it too easy for him, throwing caution to the wind. Yeah, well, that's easier said than done. I pushed the thought away and returned my attention to the shopping trip and the new suitcase currently stowed in the belly of the plane, filled with beautiful clothes worth the equivalent of my rent for several months. I had chosen something simple for the flight today, a silk blouse under a cute linen jacket, with fashionable slacks. I felt comfortable and elegant, and judging from the admiring look in Trent's eyes when he picked me up, I knew I'd made the right decision. With no real idea what to expect once we got to Montana, I knew nothing other than that I'd have to pretend I was engaged to Trent and looking forward to a glamorous wedding. That wasn't difficult at all, because my mind and my body instinctively craved the drop-dead gorgeous billionaire, but what then? I had to figure that out because nothing in my frame of reference had prepared me for what I was about to face. Another thought crept into my mind and hit me like a hammer. What if someone asked how we met, when we got engaged, and what we had planned for the wedding? I never thought it through and didn't know if Trent had either, but it was a real problem because it was bound to happen again and again. I had to discuss it with Trent so we could decide on a believable story and get on the same page, so I moved over and took the seat next to him. Trent looked up from his laptop, but his expression was neutral and he seemed a million miles away. What do we do when someone asks about the engagement, where and how we met, and what our future plans? I asked. Oh, don't worry, we'll just wing it, then we'll just back each other up, he said, and turned to his computer again. That's not a good idea, I said. We have to get a story together because I'd bet my bottom dollar it's one of the first questions we're going to face, and I don't know what to say. Clearly, he didn't have time for what I assumed he considered a frivolous concern. Don't worry, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I've got to wrap up parts of my pitch and can't think about those details now. We'll be okay, he said, and turned back to his computer. I wasn't so sure about that and hoped we wouldn't regret it, but there was nothing I could do about it now. I settled back in my seat and enjoyed the view of the majestic mountains as the plane descended. We landed soon after and went to the car rental desk. Trent picked up an SUV and we drove from the small airport down country roads deep into the mountains, passing lakes and lush fields along the way. I had never been there before and was overwhelmed by the beauty of the surroundings that enfolded us. The farm was set in a breathtaking valley, surrounded by mountains. The road leading from the gate took us past a grove of indigenous trees and a stunning alpine lake. I could just imagine having a romantic picnic on the bank and would love to explore it with a rowboat, but since we were there for business, I didn't expect there would be time for anything of the kind. I didn't know much about property development, but even I could see that it was the ideal place for a ski resort. It had to be a wonderland in winter, with ice skating on the lake as well. We pulled up outside a large farmhouse that resembled a log cabin. It was perched on higher ground and overlooked the lake in the distance. Colorful flowers around the front door were in full bloom and a cheery curl of smoke from the chimney made the house look friendly and inviting. A man came walking towards us as we got out of the SUV. He was older, and I judged him to be in his late 60s, around 67. He had a bulky frame with a round belly, salt and pepper hair framed his friendly red face, and he welcomed us with a wide smile and wave of his arm. "Afternoon, Angus, nice to see you again," Trent said. "This is Mr. McGee, owner of the land," he told me, and introduced me to Mr. McGee. "Angus, please meet my fiancée, Scout Atkins. I hope you don't mind that I brought her along, but I've told her so much about your property, I wanted her to experience it herself," Trent said. "I don't mind at all, it's lovely to have you both here. And please call me Angus," he said. "Let's go inside, I want to introduce you to my wife," he said, and led the way into the house. The aroma of freshly baked cookies and the pealing sound of laughing children greeted us when we entered, and I thought how refreshing it was to step into such a happy home. Angus took us into a charming kitchen. "Meet our guests, my dear, Mr. Trent Lockhart and his pretty fiancée Scout," he said, as an older lady with white hair tied in a bun turned around from the oven with a huge smile on her face. Turning back to Trent and Scout, he said, "And this is my lovely wife Annie, who is teaching the grandchildren to bake cookies," he said, and his eyes softened as he looked at her. "Lovely to meet you both, please make yourselves at home," Annie said, and I took a liking to her at once. She was a big-boned woman with a wrinkled face. Her smile was warm and her eyes gentle. The couple instantly put me at ease and made me feel very welcome in their home. "Are you ready to go on a tour of the land now?" Angus asked, but Annie interrupted. "It is pretty messy out there, and I don't want you to spoil your lovely outfit, my dear," Annie said to me. "Come with me, I will lend you something more appropriate to wear," she said, and asked me to accompany her. "Gentlemen, please excuse me, I just want to freshen up and I won't take but a minute." "I'll meet you outside," I said, and followed Annie from the kitchen down the hallway. She took me into a bedroom and rummaged through the shelves in one of the cupboards. "There you are," she said, and handed me an old pair of jeans and a plaid shirt. "These are my daughters, and you're more or less the same size, so it should fit. I'll leave you to change," she said. "Oh, and check in the closet there, you'll probably find some boots that might fit." "That's so thoughtful, thank you, Annie," I said, and she smiled and left the room. I got out of the expensive new clothes and placed them neatly on the bed before I changed into the jeans and cowboy shirt. It was much more comfortable, and I was ready to explore.
Chapter 7. I followed Angus out and he headed towards the barn. I liked horses, but I wasn't the world's best rider, and I was seriously concerned that he was going to saddle up horses for us to ride. I had no idea if Scout had ever been on a horse in her life, and that would be disastrous. Thank heavens, he came out with an all-terrain vehicle instead. It was obviously his standard mode of transport around the farm because it was well equipped. I noticed that it had a winch, a huge toolbox on the back and extra gas tanks securely strapped in place. It was comforting to know that should we get stuck somewhere, we'd have a way out. Scout came out dressed in baggy clothing. She looked ready to get on a horse if she'd needed to, and I was about to tell her she could have politely declined Annie's offer when Angus waved us over to the ATV. That would have to wait, but I suppose she had good reason, and since it was only the three of us about to explore the farm, I shrugged it off. She had already made the impression that I needed. She jumped on and seated herself next to me. I was pleased at the way she handled herself, and how spontaneous she was with Angus and Annie. It was clear that they liked her, so as far as that was concerned, it was mission accomplished. I was certain I had scored a few points already. We started out and headed over beautiful alpine fields. I admired the beauty but was more interested in checking out further possibilities with the development, and there were plenty. There was a crystal-clear lake and several slopes that would be appropriate for skiing in winter for all skiers, irrespective of their level of experience. I could see a kiddie slope next to the lake in my mind's eye, and the lake itself, where those that were not interested in skiing could enjoy ice skating. Some of the slopes were steep enough for expert skiers where we could make black ski runs, and then there were areas that looked to be perfect for ski trails. We followed a steep route up one of the mountains, and Angus stopped at a clearing. Let's get off here, I'd like you to see something, he said, and we got off and followed him. We came to an opening where we had an incredible view overlooking the lake, the mountains, and the alpine fields, and I felt my level of excitement rising even higher. This was perfect for a mountain restaurant, and also provided a place where skiers could pop in for a break. I envisioned it with a huge deck from where visitors could sit and enjoy the views while having a coffee, beer, or whatever tickled their fancy. Perfect. The more I saw, the more I wanted this deal. I wanted it with everything in me. I could already visualize the type of luxury resort that would be perfect for this setting. Magnificent, Scout said, and I agreed. This is my favorite spot, Angus said. I often bring Annie here to watch the sunset together in the summertime. It is like God's window, he said, and I thought that might make a good name for the restaurant I had in mind. We walked back and got onto the ATV again. I couldn't wait to see what else the farm had in store. Angus changed direction and the trail dipped quite steeply. When it leveled out, he stopped in one of the meadows and told us to hop off again. We followed him through some grasslands and it got muddy. I looked down, not impressed that my expensive shoes and slacks were getting covered in mud. I heard Scout giggle next to me and glanced over at her. She indicated her change of clothing, and I got it. She had been forewarned and took heed. At least her expensive clothes and shoes were not going to end up in the dustbin like mine probably would. I gave her a wry smile, and she winked at me. We walked a bit further, and next, Angus took us to a natural hot spring. My energy levels went over the top. The value of the property had just increased tenfold. Tourists were going to go crazy for resort with hot spring skiing combination. My mind was in overdrive. I could put up a spa right there on level ground. There was so much that could be done on the property. We had skiing, snowboarding, and ice skating in winter, with a natural hot spring spa. In the summer, it was ideal for hiking, swimming, rowing, fishing, you name it, we had it. It would not only be a skiing destination in winter, but also a haven for the rich and famous in summer. In addition, images of spring wildflowers and fall leaves came to mind, and I realized this could function at some level as a year-round resort. I couldn't wait to amend my pitch. There was so much to add, and I knew how to make the best of it. Big Sky, if we were going to stick to the name, was going to be the most talked about new ski resort in the business. Actually, I liked the name and would propose that we keep it. I knew Angus would appreciate that, and it only made sense. We returned to the ATV, and on the way back to the homestead, I told Angus what I thought about his farm. Your property is really special, Angus, I said. It has everything to offer tourists, and I think you couldn't have made a better decision. It would not only be a winter skiing destination, but a year-round vacation favorite. Just look around and think about it: skiing, snowboarding, ice skating, hiking, fishing, camping, swimming, rowing. In fact, you could offer any activity imaginable, I said, and he nodded. Angus, I am going to turn your property into a money-generating machine that will keep you and Annie in luxury until the end of your days, and for generations to come, I said, and I meant every word. I'd like that, Trent. This land is in my blood and has been in the family for generations. It is my legacy to my children and my grandchildren, and nothing would please me more, he said. On the drive back to the homestead, I sat back and allowed myself just to enjoy the scenery. I felt fairly confident. Angus seemed interested in my ideas, and I could only hope that I had begun to convince him. It really is a beautiful place, Angus, and I think it's so great that you want to share it with the world, Scout said, backing me up. Angus chuckled. We've thought about developing the property for so long, and I really think it's time now. I want to see it happen during my lifetime, he said thoughtfully. When we got back to the house, Angus pulled up outside. Let me help you get your bags inside, he said, and started walking towards the SUV. Please don't worry, Angus, we'll find a hotel somewhere. I don't want to put you out, I said. Nonsense. The nearest hotel is almost 100 miles away, and a rat trap at that. You do not want to take your fiancée there, I promise you, he said. Besides, if I know my Annie, she's got dinner started and will insist that you have dinner with us anyway, he said. You both are so sweet and generous, and honestly, it would be lovely to wake up here, Scout said, taking him up on his offer without hesitation. I didn't get a word in edgewise until Angus turned to take one of the bags inside. I don't like to impose on people I do business with, I whispered to her when we were out of earshot. Oh, come on, loosen up, Trent. These are salt-of-the-earth people, and they are definitely not short of space, she said. I saw a few bedrooms and bathrooms down the passage when Annie took me to change into her daughter's clothes. You'll probably offend him if you said no, she said, and I had to agree with her. Okay, you've convinced me, I said. How did you get to be such a smart cookie? I joked, then grabbed her and pulled her close to me. She leaned against me, and when she looked up I bent my head down to kiss her. But just then, another car approached and pulled up into the driveway. We looked up and I thought it was probably their children or friends coming for a visit, but then the doors opened and my jaw dropped. What arrogance! It was my nemesis, Grayson, with my ex-fiancée Naomi of all things. What was he doing here? And how could he? He must have known that I was here. Who does business that way? I had an appointment that Grayson was imposing upon, and I couldn't believe that Angus would have arranged to have both of us there at the same time. Anger and frustration bubbled inside me, but I knew I had to calm down. I couldn't afford to let my irritation show.
Chapter 8. What was I doing? Wasn't it just this very morning that I decided I wouldn't make it too easy for him? It was just that my body reacted and overrode my rational mind every time he was this close to me. I felt Trent stiffen beside me when the doors opened and the people got out of the vehicle that had just pulled up. I looked up at him, surprised by that reaction. His jaw was clenched, there was a deep frown on his face, and I thought I detected anger in his eyes. All of a sudden something was wrong, and there was tension in the air that had nothing to do with our stolen moment being interrupted. What's wrong, Trent? What's going on? I asked, but before he could reply, the man came forward and greeted Trent. Hi Trent, fancy finding you here, he said, then turned his attention to me. And who is the lovely lady by your side? He asked casually and flashed a smile at me. He was very good-looking, almost as tall as Trent with dark hair and sharp green eyes. His muscular body was clad in expensive clothing. I thought he was about the same age as Trent and wondered about their relationship. Trent was clearly not happy to see him. The woman joined us and pushed her designer sunglasses to the top of her head. She was strikingly beautiful, statuesque, and had auburn hair that shone in the sun. My eyes widened. I thought I recognized her, that I had seen her somewhere before. Then it struck me where I'd seen her, in an ad campaign for perfume. That's it, she was a model and almost too beautiful to be real. Scout, meet Grayson Grimes and his companion, Naomi Wilde, Trent said courteously, and we shook hands. This is my fiancé, Scout Atkins, he said, and introduced me to them. He obviously knew them well, but I immediately picked up on the fact that there was animosity between them, and I couldn't help but wonder what had caused it. I hoped it wasn't the gorgeous Naomi, because I didn't think I could compete with her. What are you doing here, Grayson? Trent asked. Oh, Angus invited us, he said competently, and we all headed toward the house. Grayson came across too arrogant for my liking, and I got the feeling that he wanted to take charge. Angus came out, and when he saw Grayson and Naomi, he looked puzzled. He was clearly just as surprised to see them as Trent was. Good afternoon, Grayson. I didn't expect you here today, Angus said. By my recollection, we had an appointment for next week, he explained, and wiped one hand through his hair. He looked uncomfortable, as if he didn't know what else to say. It was an awkward moment for all of us, but especially for me because I seemed to be the only one who had no idea what was going on. "I'm sorry, Angus," Grayson said, with a confused look on his face. "My secretary must have mixed up the dates," he said, but he still had an air of competence around him, despite the fact that he could see their presence was unexpected and making us all uncomfortable. "I didn't buy it, but I didn't even know the guy, so I couldn't say for certain. It was just my intuition that kicked in and told me that something didn't ring true." "I don't want to intrude, we can just leave and return next week," Grayson said, but Angus shook his head. "No, that won't do. It's getting late and the mountain roads can be treacherous at night." "You better stay over until morning," he said, and Grayson looked pleased with himself. I was sure that was exactly the reaction he'd expected from our generous host. "Besides, it's almost time for dinner." "Come inside," Angus said, and stepped aside for us all to enter. The smells that drifted from the kitchen reminded me that we hadn't eaten since we arrived in Montana, and I looked forward to dinner. I asked Trent to excuse me and went and changed back into my nice clothes, then went to the kitchen to see if I could help Annie with the dinner preparations. It was a good excuse to get out of the uncomfortable situation that we found ourselves in, and I thought that maybe they would like the opportunity to clear the air of whatever was between them while I was out of the room. Annie was bubbly and friendly, and we chatted while I helped her to finish the salad that she was busy preparing. The table was set for 4 people, so she gave me 2 more place settings and asked if I would add them to the table. Eventually, everything was ready and all the food was in warmers on servers, when Annie asked Angus to call the other guests to the table. Angus and his wife were outstanding hosts who went out of their way to make us feel welcome. The food was hearty and delicious, and there was more than enough, even though they had 2 unexpected guests for dinner. I enjoyed the meal, but dinner was a very tense affair, the atmosphere thick between the men. Trent kept staring daggers at Grayson, and Naomi had hardly spoken since they arrived. She was constantly on her phone throughout dinner, which I thought was very rude. She didn't seem very friendly, and I didn't go out of my way to speak with her. The conversation at the table was stilted and uncomfortable. We had hardly taken our chairs at the dinner table when Grayson started pitching Angus. "I've been thinking, Angus, there is so much that can be done here," he started, but Angus interrupted him. "We will talk about that later," he said, and tried to steer the conversation in another direction, but Grayson kept returning to business. Annie also tried and started telling us about her grandchildren's first attempt at baking cookies, but the moment she stopped talking, Grayson was at it again. Finally, Trent spoke up. "Can we all just enjoy dinner and leave the business talk for a more appropriate time?" he said, and put Grayson squarely in place. Things were beginning to make sense to me. Trent and Grayson were business rivals, but Grayson showed no finesse and he was seriously working on Trent's nerves. "Sure," Grayson said, and changed the conversation to our engagement. "So, you got engaged since I last saw you, Trent. Where did the 2 of you meet?" "I'd love to know how you proposed," he laughed, but continued with more questions, not waiting for an answer. "What do you think about his property in Manhattan?" he asked me. "To answer your first question, I volunteer at a local animal shelter, and one day, Trent pitched in there. He noticed that I was having difficulty trying to control an overly excited puppy that I was trying to groom, and offered to help," I explained, making up a story from the top of my head. He impressed me, not only because he stepped in to help, but also because he had such a good way with the puppy. It fell for him immediately, and so did I said, and turned to Trent with a wide grin on my face. I wondered what he was going to make of the story I was spinning. He would just have to deal with it since he wouldn't take the time to collaborate on a plausible story with me earlier. Angus and Annie laughed. They clearly enjoyed the story, but Grayson raised one eyebrow. It didn't look as if he believed a word I said. Trent excused himself and left the room, and shortly after that Naomi said she had to make a call and left. It was so much fun, we bonded immediately. The next day Trent invited me to lunch and by then it was game over and we were hooked, I told them. I wonder where Trent and Naomi could be, Grayson said, and then looked at me. Let me go and see if I can find them, I said, thankful for the opportunity to get away. I left the room and followed the passage to the restroom. I was surprised when I found the two of them in the hallway, and shocked to see that Naomi was leaning against Trent's chest with her arms wrapped around him. A wave of jealousy washed over me, and I wanted to sneak away without them seeing me, but I accidentally knocked an elbow against the wall and they heard me. Trent looked up and when he saw me, he pulled away from Naomi and escorted me back to the table. He was angry, but I didn't know why.
Chapter 9. Grayson had overstepped all boundaries completely by barging in on my business meeting with Angus, and I was furious. He had absolutely no class, and I hoped that by acting that way he overplayed his hand. Angus handled the situation well, but from what I could see he was not too happy himself. What should have been an enjoyable evening with our hosts had turned out to be a disaster. I looked forward to getting to know Angus better, but that was not going to happen tonight. We returned to the table, and the rest of the dinner was just as uncomfortable. Grayson dominated the conversation completely, and I allowed him to continue to dig his own grave even deeper. We finally got through dinner, and I'd had enough and wanted nothing more than to get out of there. Thank you for your hospitality, Angus, and for the exciting day. Annie, the dinner was outstanding, thank you. You are an excellent cook. Now, if you don't mind, I think we need some rest, Trent said. It was a long day considering that we had a very early start. Enjoy the rest of your evening, he said, and got up from his chair. I agree, Scout said, and stood up to join me. It was a lovely day. Thank you, Angus, and I think I'll need some cooking lessons from you, Annie, she said, with a warm smile at the couple. You're more than welcome. It's been a pleasure to have such good company. We'll see you at breakfast, it will be ready by 7-inch, Angus said. Thank you for the compliment, Scout, and thank you for the help. Please let me know if there is anything you need, Annie said. We said goodnight to everyone and left for our room. Once I closed the door behind us, I exploded. Fuck, I said, and banged my fist against the bed. I started pacing the room and wished that I could have gone for a walk outside to clear my head. The only reason I didn't was that I was worried I'd bump into Grayson, and was afraid I might say things that I would regret later. What's wrong, Trent? What's going on here? Scout asked softly, and I turned to look at her. Her brow was furrowed and she was twisting a strand of hair around her finger. Put it this way, very little is right at the moment, I said, and sighed deeply. Scout sat down on the side of the bed, and just watched and listened. I don't believe for a moment that Grayson's secretary made a mistake with his calendar, I started. I am certain that he found out somehow that I would be here today, and showed up here on purpose, I explained further, and she nodded slightly. Grayson is a business rival, and he's as dirty as they come. He would do anything to undercut me, and is not above using tricks to get what he wants. He has done it before and will do it again, I said, and brushed my hands through my hair. I know I shouldn't let him get to me, but there is a lot at stake here, he said. And Naomi? What happened there in the hallway earlier? Scout asked. Oh shit, I don't even want to think about that, I said, but realized that I owed her an explanation. I walked over and sat on the bed beside her. We were engaged, I said, and heard her softly gasp. She left me for Grayson, who basically stole her from me, I explained. He isn't scrupulous, not only in business, but also on a personal level. Tonight, she cornered me in the hallway, then hinted that we could get back together, but I made it abundantly clear that I was through with her, I said. I don't believe for a moment that she meant it. I think he put her up to it just to rattle me, I said. Now that I think about it, I'm certain they planned it. He didn't know that I had a woman in my life, and he probably hoped that I would jump at the chance to get Naomi back, I said, voicing the thoughts that whirled through my mind. I can't believe that he underestimates me like that. We have been up against each other more than once, and I've managed to beat him every time. That must be the reason he is going so far on this one, I said, thinking out loud. He obviously hoped that he could disgrace me in front of Angus and his wife, but little did he know that I was one step ahead, I said. Besides, he clearly doesn't know he did me a favor by luring Naomi away. She is incredibly shallow and cares only about looks, money and status. There is nothing genuine about her, and I would never have gone through with a wedding, I told Scout. It just shows what type of man Grayson is. He has no integrity and no respect for other people's feelings. He is willing to go to extremes to get what he wants. And he wants this deal badly, that much I know, I mused. I'll be damned if I let him steal this deal from me, I said, and clenched my jaw. From the little I've learned about Angus so far, I don't think he's the type that will be misled by a man like Grayson, Scout said, and I looked into her eyes. He definitely seemed sincere and honest, and I thought he seemed a bit irritated by Grayson's arrogance, especially while we were having dinner, she continued. I think Grayson made a fool of himself, but you handled the situation like a master, she said, and gave me a confident smile. I don't know, I'm sure Angus could tell I was angry, I said. Even still, you were the perfect gentleman, and I could see that Angus and Annie liked you. Between the two of us I am sure we can convince him that you're the best man for the job, she said and patted my leg. In fact, I don't think Grayson stands a chance. That heavy-handed charm of his may not play that well around here, she said, and her small, warm hand was still resting on my leg. I covered it with mine and stroked it. She had such a calming effect on me, and her words gave me the boost that I needed. She was so caring, even though she barely knew me, and it strengthened the feelings that I already had for her. She was strong, positive and intelligent, and I could see that she had already endeared herself to Angus and his wife. She had a way of drawing people to her with her caring nature, and Naomi, with her striking looks and self-centered attitude, failed by comparison. Scout was a keeper. I looked into her eyes and the sparkle I saw there caused me to lean over to kiss her. I couldn't help myself and didn't think about what was happening. It just came naturally. She didn't pull back and it started tenderly, softly. I played my tongue over her lips, and she moved closer and returned the kiss. It gained passion when Scout moaned softly, igniting hundreds of little flames inside my body. I curled my hand around her neck and pulled her face closer to mine. She responded hungrily, and I undid the top buttons of her shirt. She groaned and I slid my other hand in and cupped her breast. Her nipple was hard, and when I stroked it the little flames turned into a fire that engulfed me. She pressed herself closer to me and folded her arms around my neck. I touched the other breast, and she moaned softly in my ear. I moved my hand to her inner thigh and stroked her leg, moving my hand up slowly. She opened her legs slightly, and I undid the button of the pants and slid the zipper down. I buried my face in her neck and she curled one hand through my hair at the back of my neck. My body was on fire, my dick rock hard as I slipped my hand into her pants to find the mound that I was yearning to taste and feel. I felt the moisture through the lacy panty, and was consumed with desire. I pushed her back gently, and we fell on the bed, breathing heavily. I couldn't get enough and wanted more. I guided her hand to my throbbing cock, and she stroked it softly. I undid my pants and her hand found its way inside. She took it in her hand and I thought I was going to explode. We were lost in our own world, and it was perfect, but the best was yet to come.
Chapter 10. I knew I shouldn't give in, but when Trent's lips touched mine, all rational thought left my mind and I couldn't resist. It just felt so right. His lips were warm and sweet, and the taste of him made me want more. He touched my breasts, and when his fingers played like feathers with my nipples, it sent little sparks of exquisite pleasure through my body. He placed a warm hand on my thigh and slowly, carefully started moving it up, over my pussy, and undid the button of my pants. I gasped when he pushed the lacy panty out of the way and touched me where I felt a heated dampness forming. I was wet with desire and writhed under his touch. We fell on the bed and I moved my hand to touch him. He undid his pants for me and I found his cock and took him in my hand. He was warm and hard and moaned softly in my ear. Nothing could stop me, and when he started to pull my pants down I lifted my hips and pushed myself up against him. He wriggled out of his pants, then rolled onto his side and pressed his erection against me. His mouth sought mine again and he kissed me more urgently than before, then he pulled me closer to him, placed his hand on my panties and slid them off. I was as ready as I could be, and he entered me, cautiously at first. "Oh Trent," I moaned, and moved my hips, sensing that his pleasure was rising. We moved together, both breathing harsher and moving faster until I felt an explosion inside my body that left me trembling, at the same time that I felt his body stiffening. He held me tight against him and we lay quietly in each other's arms until our breathing returned to normal. He stroked my hair softly. "You are exquisite," he said, and kissed me gently on my cheek and moved his lips to my mouth again. I was drifting on a cloud of happiness, my body tingled and I moved my hand to touch his face. Stroking his cheek, I curled my fingers through his hair and pulled his face even closer to mine. The kissing intensified and we started unbuttoning each other's shirts. Trent stroked my hip and moved his hand up to my breast to play with my nipples. Soon we were writhing on the bed again, exploring each other's bodies, lost in the moment. I eventually fell asleep in Trent's arms, satisfied and happier than I've ever been. When we got to the breakfast table, Angus and Grayson were already there, but Naomi was conspicuously absent. I looked at Trent questioningly, but he just shrugged and pulled a chair out for me. We sat down at the table. "Morning everyone," Trent said, and I smiled in greeting. "Morning you too, did you have a good rest?" Angus asked, with a friendly smile on his face. "I think it must be impossible not to sleep well here," I told Angus. "The crisp mountain air does wonders, and it is so quiet, I would probably have slept half the day if it hadn't been for the alarm," I said with a laugh. Nothing could wipe the grin from my face and I wondered if I looked different, because I felt like $1 million. It wasn't long before Grayson found it necessary to explain why Naomi wasn't at breakfast. "Naomi had to leave," he said. "She flew out by helicopter from a nearby field last night. She has an important interview this morning that she couldn't miss," he said. "That is one of the things I have to deal with her line of work," he said. I lifted my brow and wondered about that one. Undoubtedly, they knew about the meeting before they came to the farm, so he really went out of his way to bring her along. I decided to change the subject. "This breakfast is delicious, Annie, but you didn't have to go to all this trouble." "What a huge spread," I said. "I thought you could do with a hearty breakfast," she said, with a warm smile. "I'll help you clear and clean up," I said, and collected the plates. We cleared the table and went to the kitchen, leaving the men to their business. I was busy drying dishes when my phone rang. It was Abby. She knew that I was away with Trent, and it was so unlike her to call under the circumstances that I immediately knew something was wrong. "Hi friend, I don't want to spoil your fun, but I sent you a link that I think you should read as soon as you can," she said. I excused myself and walked away while I opened the text. My eyes widened in shock. It was a newspaper article and the headline read that billionaire developer and most eligible bachelor, Trent Lockhart, was engaged to Scout Atkins, a social worker from San Francisco. I stiffened and had a heavy feeling in my stomach, but I continued reading. The article was light on details, but what shocked me most was a picture of me with Trent, only I was dressed in the borrowed farm clothes. As if that was not enough, the anonymous source got a dig in saying how ill-fitting and inappropriate the clothes were, leaving a suggestion that I had no taste. How did this happen? Furious, I called Abby back. She didn't know if any of the other papers carried the story, and I asked her to stay quiet and not discuss it with anyone. When I hung up, my whole body was shaking, and I had to sit down to gather my thoughts. The damage was done and nothing I could do or say was going to change it. I was certain that everyone at work already knew by then, and they were probably talking about my engagement to Trent already. It was the last thing I wanted, which was why I made it my first rule of a fake engagement. No media exposure, but there it was. We were only a few days into the game and it was out in the open already. I had really meant it when I'd said I wouldn't know how to handle it. I could just imagine what I would have to deal with when I got back to work and dreaded even the thought. How was I going to answer all the inevitable questions? Then there was Trent, who valued his image so highly. That was the only reason he'd spent a fortune on my wardrobe, wanting me to look the part. Yet, now the first picture of us together, and I looked like a cowgirl that belonged on a farm, not a lady in a Pacific Heights mansion. I was way out of my depth here and had no idea how Trent was going to react when he found out. That scared me even more than my work situation. Was that going to be the end of our fake engagement? Right after I'd given myself to him and realized that my feelings were not fake at all? It dawned on me that I felt more for him than I thought, and that left me very vulnerable, especially after the night we just shared. I knew I had to go back inside and that I would have to share the shocking news with Trent. My legs were still shaky, but I got up and tried to pull myself together. There was no use putting it off. The sooner I got it over with, the better.
Scouts Honors Series. Book 2. Friendly Faker. Description: she's been my fake fiancée for one night and already we're breaking all the rules. My rival keeps throwing wrenches in the works, but I'm not going to let him drive a wedge between us. And I'm determined to close the deal, whatever it takes. I won't let him win, but I'm beginning to think there's something more dangerous than my rival that threatens the deal: my attraction to my fake fiancé.
Ritzy resorts, stunning vistas, and as much glitz and glamour as I can take. What's to complain about? Maybe the fact that I'm developing real feelings for my fake fiancé. He's a hot billionaire and he's paying me to do a job, so I'd be a fool to fall for him. I'd be smarter to walk away, but I'd lose the payout that will help my charity. Can I keep my heart protected when the fantasy feels so much like reality?
Chapter 1. I was in high spirits when we joined the others at the breakfast table. Scout turned out to be everything I expected and more. I'd gotten to know a side of her the night before that had just completed the package, one that I'd love to unpack as often as I could. It was clear that both Angus and Annie had taken to her. She had a way of making people feel comfortable around her, and I loved the way she had made herself at home and pitched in helping Annie. She was a gem that didn't even need polishing, one that I intended to treasure. Grayson was his arrogant, obnoxious self, and had tried to steer the conversation in the direction that would work best for him since we sat down, and I had a hard time staying neutral and keeping myself in check. Angus was very polite. He was a real gentleman and listened attentively to everything that was being said. I respected him and was very annoyed that Grayson had hijacked my one-on-one time with him. It was disrespectful and underhanded. I hadn't had the opportunity to make my pitch yet since the only time I'd had alone with Angus since we got there was when he showed us around the property. I was so excited about all the opportunities one saw there, I couldn't wait to spend the evening going over everything with him. Grayson's unexpected and objectionable appearance made it impossible, and I was highly irritated by the way he kept trying to take over. "You know, Angus, I think that he started again, but I wasn't going to let him hijack the rest of the breakfast as well and cut him off. This type of discussion is unusual, Grayson. It is not fair and it's placing Angus on the spot. I think it would only be fair if he could meet with us individually. At least that way he can devote his attention to each pitch without outside influences," I said, determined to set him straight. Grayson looked at me, smiled and came up with a smooth reply. "On the contrary, Trent, I believe that this type of pitching is advantageous to both of us," he said. "We are basically negotiating against each other, and it gives Angus the opportunity to weigh both sides up to choose the best deal," he said confidently. "What do you think, Angus?" I think it should be easier to make a decision when you have all the cards on the table at once, he continued. I could see that Angus was out of his depth, uncertain of what to believe. After all, he didn't know either of us, and could only rely on what we told him. Grayson was messing with his head and screwing things up completely. I could only hope that Angus would see through Grayson's nonsense, and that we had made a better impression, but I also knew that he couldn't make a decision based on personal feelings. I had to be better than Grayson and realized I would have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. A light went on in my mind, and I realized the best way to convince him would be for him to see what I was capable of. My resorts were world-class and listed among the top destinations in publications like Condé Nast Traveler. They were frequented by the rich and famous and also featured on television regularly. That was it. The proof is in the pudding. No pitch could do what real evidence would, and I jumped right into it. I've got an idea that will make it much easier for you, Angus. The best way for you may be to just judge us on our work, I said, and Grayson lifted his brow. Angus looked at me expectantly. Let's go and check out some of our resorts, I suggested, and Grayson threw his head back in surprise. He didn't see that one coming. It will be fun. I am sure you and Mrs. McGee could do with a couple of days away to spend time at some of the nicest resorts the world has to offer, I said, with a confident smile. What do you think about that? I asked. What are you suggesting here? Grayson asked, with a heavy frown between his eyes. I suggest we take Mr. and Mrs. McGee on a tour of our resorts. We both have properties in Aspen, for instance, and what will give Angus a better idea of what we can do than by visiting them himself? I said confidently. Grayson was quiet for once and seemed to be thinking hard. He will be in a much better position to make a decision based on his preferences, I said. You've got a point, and I can't think of any reason not to do so, Grayson agreed. It's a good idea, Trent, and I'd like to, but I'll have to discuss it with Annie. We're a team, and she must sign off on the idea, Angus said. Of course, I agreed, and Angus excused himself to go and discuss it with his wife. I felt much more confident now. I had the upper hand and intended to make good use of the opportunity. I had no doubt that Mrs. McGee would agree, and headed to the kitchen for a second cup of coffee, while we waited for Angus to return. On the way back, I was about to return to the room to check on Scout, and thoughts of the incredible night we shared popped into my head. I couldn't suppress a smile as I thought of how hot and sexy she was. The better I got to know her, the more I liked her. She was soft and warm, caring and funny, and had a calming effect on me. She was like a drug that I could get addicted to. In fact, I already was. Just thinking about her made my head spin, and soon another thought crossed my mind. There might be time for a repeat performance before we left. I let out a small chuckle thinking that would really make the day. As I passed the dining room, I saw Scout on the big wraparound porch. She had a frown on her face and was staring at the phone in her hand. I could see that something was wrong and went to join her. She seemed very upset. When I got to her, she looked up, but she didn't say anything, and just passed me her phone instead. When I took it, I saw a picture of myself with Scout, wearing the jeans and plaid shirt she had borrowed from Mrs. McGee. It was taken while we were exploring the property, and I couldn't figure out where it came from. It was only when she minimized the photo that I saw it formed part of a newspaper report. I can't believe it, I said, with a frown, and shook my head. There is only one explanation, and that is that Grayson and Naomi arranged for someone to take the picture, and then leaked it to the press, I mused. That's what I thought, but surely the McGee family wouldn't sell a story like this, would they? She asked. I shook my head and scowled. No, never. They have no reason to. But I wouldn't put anything past Grayson. He just proved how far he is prepared to go to undermine me. He is incorrigible, I said, and clenched my fists. You see, we have been in competition in business for years now. Somehow, he always knows which projects I go for, and then he challenges me, I explained. He is not afraid to play dirty, but this time he has gone too far. If I didn't know better, I'd think he is desperate for this deal, but this is not about the money. This is a power play. He wants to prove that he is the best in the business, but he hasn't been able to beat me. I'll be damned if I'm going to let him start now, I said. This is a new low. He attacked me on a personal level and involved you, and that is totally unacceptable, I said, determined to win the deal. How is the deal going so far? Scout asked. I noticed that she seemed more relaxed and wondered if there was anything besides the leak to the media that worried her earlier. I knew how she felt about media exposure and was sorry that it happened, but we just have to deal with it. I didn't like it either, but I've always believed that any publicity is good publicity. I made a mental note to leak a stunning, happy picture of us to one of my contacts as soon as possible. It was out in the open, and I thought I might as well consider using it to my advantage. I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is that it is going to take much longer than I anticipated to clinch this one, but the good news is that you are about to go on a dream vacation, I said, and winked at her.
Chapter 2. The anxiety I felt about Trent's reaction to the newspaper report and the picture was replaced by immense relief when I saw that he was only mildly surprised. He was more concerned with Grayson's underhanded business tactics, and it just seemed to send him into overdrive as far as the deal was concerned. He was very determined and confident, and I enjoyed watching him. From what I had seen so far, it was clear that he was a very honest and straightforward businessman, and I understood why he was so successful. He was courteous and kind towards Angus, and he hid his irritation with Grayson very well. So, what is it you have in mind, Trent Lockhart? I asked. I arranged to take a short break to accompany you as part of my obligation as your faux fiancé, not extended leave to go on a dream vacation with someone I barely know, I said. I'm a working girl, remember, with lots of people depending on and waiting for me to get back to work, I said, in a serious tone of voice. In the first place, I'd like us to stay a little longer to see more of Big Sky, because I have a feeling there's a lot more to discover, and from here maybe a trip to Helena, Montana, to run the deal by the governor, he said. I have never been to Helena, and thought it would be interesting to visit the state capital of Montana, but that didn't seem like a dream vacation to me, neither did a visit to the governor. But I kept quiet and let him continue. Your dream vacation, however, will start soon because we are going to visit a couple of resorts, he said, with a grin on his face. We decided to take Angus and Annie to see how we do business, he explained, and looked at me expectantly, but I couldn't share in his excitement. I don't know, Trent, I said hesitantly, and he lifted his brow and cocked his head. He looked disappointed. It sounds very exciting, don't get me wrong, I said quickly. Honestly, I am beginning to think our arrangement was a mistake because I feel guilty about lying to the Angus and Annie, I explained and continued before he could say anything. I have never done anything of the kind before, and they are such good people, it's just not right, I said. Then there is the situation at work that I'll have to face when we get home, I said. I thought I should get back as soon as possible so that I can just tell everyone the engagement was a huge misunderstanding, I said, and he stretched his eyes wide and shook his head. I was about to say that I'd say I had dinner with a donor and somebody who saw us together must have assumed that we were engaged and spread the false information to the press, but he looked at me like a puppy pleading to be picked up, and I stopped talking and let out a deep sigh. I really need you with me for this one, Scout, he pleaded. I know we've already blown rule number 1 and number 2, but it is clear that Angus and Annie like you a lot, and you have seen how far Grayson will go to win, he said. Please don't drop me now. If you back out, they will lose all confidence in me because I lied to them, and then I won't stand a chance, he said. I stopped short at that, knowing he was right. Tell me I can count on you to continue, he went on. I promise you are going to have the time of your life. The next couple of days will be amazing, I will see to that, he promised. Having the time of my life was the last thing on my mind, as I saw the reality of the situation. What he said was true. If I came out with the truth, he might as well forget about the deal, because Angus would be very disappointed. I couldn't do that to him. I made a commitment and I had to go through with it. You're driving a hard bargain, but I understand and I wouldn't want you to lose the deal because of me, I said, and he grabbed me and hugged me tight against him. I wiggled myself out of the embrace and stepped back. There is one more thing. I won't roll number 2 back in force, I said, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Did I do anything wrong? I thought you enjoyed last night as much as I did, he said, and I felt my cheeks flushing. I couldn't tell him how I really felt and how deeply our lovemaking had affected me. I gave him valid reasons for wanting to opt out of our agreement, but the effect that he had on me was the main reason that I felt like running. I was afraid I was getting in over my head and that in the end I would get hurt. It was too easy to fall for a guy like Trent. He had all the qualities that I wanted in a man and I thought we were very compatible, but it was still a fake relationship. There was no guarantee that it would develop into a real relationship and I couldn't afford to expect anything from it. I had to see it through, but I also had to guard my heart. It was easy and enjoyable to be with him and pretend we were in a relationship with other people around, but sex was a different story altogether. Things had gone way too far already, and the fact that I was a little jealous of Naomi was a big, fat, flashing red warning signal. Feelings were forming already, so avoiding sex was the only way I could see to protect myself. Trent nodded solemnly and put his hand over his heart. I promise, my lady, he said, and bowed elegantly. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seriously, I will not disappoint you. Now, you have to get packing because we are going on an adventure. Last I knew we were going to spend more time on the farm, but he must have changed his mind, though it made no difference to me. I decided to go through with our deal and wherever it led me, so I was in. We got to the airport where Trent's jet was waiting and ready. The McGees were in awe, and they seemed excited. It was exactly how I felt the first time I saw the jet, so I knew the feeling. No waiting time to board, no baggage weigh-in and minimal security checks. Everyone stood ready to assist, and we never handled our own baggage. The pilot and crew greeted us politely when we got to the plane, and we boarded. Trent offered me up to give them a tour of the plane. I was only too happy because I hadn't seen everything yet. I didn't want to look like a complete ignoramus when I boarded the first time, so I took my seat and stayed there for most of the flight. At least I would get to explore the jet now as well. It was only the 3 of us, and by then I was very comfortable with the McGees. They drew in their breath as we entered the luxurious aircraft that was packed with rich leathers, fine wood veneers, marble finishes and stylish stonework. Wow! You can smell money here, Angus exclaimed when he stepped into the opulent comfort of the lounge area. I know, that's exactly the way I felt when I saw it for the first time. I have never even been in a hotel this fancy, I admitted to him. Annie was very impressed with the plush, large leather recliners and thick carpets, but what impressed her most was the galley. Look at this, Angus, such a well-equipped kitchen. I never expected to see anything like this on a plane, she said, swiping her hands across the marble surfaces. To the back of the cabin was a closed door and when I opened it, my jaw dropped and I was glad they were behind me so they couldn't see the look on my face. It was a complete, luxurious ensuite bedroom, the bed made up with the finest linen. There was even a small bouquet of flowers on an elegant TV cabinet next to the flat screen that was about the size of my apartment. Am I dreaming? Annie said, and covered her mouth with one hand. She was overwhelmed by what she saw and started giggling. It's mind-boggling, isn't it? I said, as I walked through to check out the bathroom. I've heard about the Mile High Club. Dearie, is this where things happen when you're rich and famous? Angus asked, and I giggled. You've got me there, Angus. I have also only heard about it, but you are giving me an idea, I said and winked at him. Come on, you two, don't get carried away now, Annie said. Now I've seen everything," Angus exclaimed, when he followed me to the bathroom and saw the shower inside. "Annie, you've got to see this." "Have you ever?" he said, and let out a hearty laugh. I turned back to the bedroom and flopped down on the bed. "You know, the thread count of the sheets on this bed is way higher than the ones on my own bed. It probably costs more than what I earn in a month," I joked, and they laughed with me. "Well, this is really something to see, I know, but that's all folks." The end of the tour. I smiled and straightened the bed before we left to join Trent in the lounge area again.
Chapter 3. The atmosphere in the jet was lively, and it sounded as if the McGees were having a whale of a time with Scout. Her playful bantering with them led to booming laughter from Angus, and I heard Annie giggling now and again. I pretended to work on my laptop while they were exploring, but instead I kept an eye on Scout's antics. She entertained them like I wouldn't be able to, and I complimented myself on making the decision to draw her into the action. I approved of the way she had bonded with them because it worked to my advantage. She was an ordinary girl that they could relate to, and in the process, she made me seem more like an ordinary guy as well. Though I had come very close to losing her, and that would have been catastrophic. I was sure there had been more to her doubts about continuing with our fake relationship than her work situation and the fact that she didn't like deceiving the McGees, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Whatever it was probably caused her to reinstate rule number 2, much to my disappointment, but at least she was reasonable enough to give in and carry on with the charade. I loved having her with me and intended to make sure that she'd have the time of her life. She was just adorable, and I found that I enjoyed every moment with her more than the one before. I envied the way she injected fun into everything she did. Here I was, not yet 30 years old and with more money than 99.9% of the world's population, yet I wondered if I'd had as much fun in my entire life as she did on a daily basis. It made me wonder about my lifestyle for the first time ever. My life revolved around my work, new projects, and the next big deal. I traveled a lot, but I seldom enjoyed it because it was mostly work-related. I visited my resorts regularly, but I was always alone, and it was never for fun, although the people who frequented it had to fork out thousands for a one-night stay. Scout's zest for life was contagious, and I was beginning to think I was missing out, that I was doing something wrong. She made me see there was more to life than making money, and besides, I have made a fortune already. Scout and the McGees joined me in the lounge area, and the stewardess served drinks and snacks. Angus couldn't stop talking about the jet, and the conversation for the rest of the flight was light and easy. We landed and I put my arm around Scout's waist while we walked to the waiting limo. She tried to pull away. "Remember, we still have to appear to be engaged," I whispered in her ear. Scout nodded and relaxed against me. By the time we reached the car, she was bubbly again. "Ready for another luxurious ride?" she asked, Angus and Annie with a wide smile. "I wish the flight was longer, but this will certainly do," Angus said, and winked at Scout. They got along like a house on fire. "Where are we off to now, Trent?" Scout asked, once we took off. "I'm taking you to Palais, my ski resort in Aspen." "I hope you like it," I said. I knew they would. Aspen was one of those places that was known for its iconic ski resorts, a playground for the rich and famous. It was world-renowned as a luxurious ski area and attracted celebrities from all around the globe. I was extremely proud of Palais. The resort was nestled on 35 acres and sat at the base of a majestic mountain that towered over the property. I gave the architects strict instruction that the resort had to blend in with the natural beauty of the area. What they came up with was exactly what I had in mind, and from their plans I created what I considered to be a real gem. It was a ski-in, ski-out village surrounded by intermediate and advanced ski terrains, and the lodge offered sweeping views of the picturesque mountain peaks. I glanced at Scout when we entered the resort, and from the look on her face, and the way she widened her eyes, I could see she was impressed. We pulled up at the lodge building, and the concierge came out to greet us. "Welcome back, Mr. Trent, it's good to see you again," he said with a wide smile for everyone. He escorted us into the vast, double-story lobby with floor-to-ceiling glass walls from where you could see the slopes. Scout stopped and looked up at the massive chandelier in the center of the rectangular lobby. It looked a bit like a scene from Alice in Wonderland, as she was wide-eyed and clearly overcome with what she saw. "Words escape me," she said, and I put my arm around her waist and pulled her against me. "Wait till you see the rest, you won't be disappointed," I said, and took our room keys from the concierge. "It is magnificent, Trent, I can't wait to see the rest," Angus said, and Annie agreed. "Thank you, Angus. The lobby is the most important part of the lodge, because it is the first impression for every guest, and should set the tone for what they can expect from their stay," I told him as we started walking through the lobby to the elevators. It was designed to be more than just the point where visitors check in and pass through, but also a comfortable and glamorous area where guests can relax. "It is for that purpose that I made the fireplace the central architectural feature," I said, and pointed towards the area that housed the fireplace and the inviting seating area furnished with luxurious couches and wingback chairs. We got into the elevator and went up to the penthouse floor to take the McGees to the suite I had chosen for them. It was the best one in the lodge, large and glamorous, yet comfortable, and the lounge area opened onto a wooden deck with magnificent views over the village. "Make yourselves at home. I'll give you some time to freshen up, then we can meet in the lobby in an hour or so for dinner," I said, and we headed back downstairs. "Where are we going?" Scout asked when we left the lobby. "We're staying in my cabin, which is nearby," I said, and took her hand. "Did you see the look on Annie's face when she walked into the penthouse?" Scout asked, with that impish smile that I loved so much on her face again. "I did." "Old Angus seemed to be suitably impressed as well," I said. "He should be, and I'd be very surprised if he chose Grayson over you to develop his property," Scout said, in a serious tone of voice. "You know your business, Trent, that's for sure," she said, and I smiled at her. "I have a lot of experience by now," I said, and winked at her. My cabin was a little removed from the many lodges that surrounded the main lodge in the center. It was pretty and comfortable, not nearly as ostentatious as the penthouse, and Scout looked almost relieved at the sight of it. "This is beautiful, Trent," she exclaimed, and I opened the door for her to enter. "It is cozy and comfortable, exactly my kind of style," she said, and winked at me. "I knew you'd like it, and I have to admit, it's one of my favorite places. It's like a second home to me, and I wish I could spend more time here," I said. "Why don't you?" "Surely you don't have to be in the city all the time," she asked. "It's just force of habit, I suppose," I said. "It is so pretty, I could stay here forever," Scout said, and walked out onto the deck outside the lounge area. "I'm glad you like it. Let me show you around," I said, and she followed me back inside. "There are 2 ensuite bedrooms, you can have the one on the left," I said, and she nodded. "Let's have something to drink first, then I'll give you some time to settle in before we have to go back to the lodge for dinner," I said, and went to the kitchen. "Do you expect Grayson to turn up tonight?" Scout asked. "I don't expect him here. He should be at his lodge across town getting everything ready for his guests tomorrow night." "He has no business here," I said, and handed her a glass of iced tea. "After everything that happened, I don't trust him, Trent," she said with a frown. "I wouldn't put it past him to show up here to spoil the dinner with the McGees again," she said. "And this time, I want to be prepared. Let's make up a better story for our engagement in case he presses again," she said. "Better safe than sorry, right, let's do that," I agreed. At least it gave me a little more time alone in her company.
Chapter 4. As much as I liked Angus and Annie, I enjoyed being alone with Trent again. They were easy people, but it was still hard work to entertain them all the time, and I was glad we had a little time to relax. We went outside and sat down on a comfortable bench on the deck, from where we had another magnificent view of the mountains. "This view certainly does it for me," I said, and raised my glass to Trent. "I'm glad something does," Trent teased and clinked my glass. "A good cover story will also do it for me," I said and winked. In that case, I better come up with a very good one, Trent laughed. I was thinking, I started, but Trent interrupted. Please don't, that can only mean trouble, he said, and we both laughed. That we met by accident, I said, and he lifted his brow and waited for me to continue. I was in my car at a traffic light, and the next moment you bumped into the back of it. You jumped out, apologized profusely, then offered to have my car repaired and take me home, I said, but he shook his head. I have an impeccable driving record, so sorry, that kite won't fly, Trent said. I've got this. We were at a dress-up party. I turned up as Spider-Man and I saw a cute little bunny in distress because she was haunted by a dinosaur and I had to step in and save it, Trent said, and I burst out laughing. That's ridiculous, I said. Okay, how about this one? I went to a cream pie factory and you served me. I asked for a tough cookie with cream, and you threw a fat pastry at me. I retaliated and threw a cream pie at you that covered your face and hair, Trent said, and that had me in stitches. I was laughing so hard my stomach ached and I fell back against the bench and looked at him. You can be really funny, you know, I said, when I recovered, and his expression changed completely. One moment he was joking, and the next I saw hunger in his eyes, and he leaned towards me and kissed me, and I responded. He cupped my head in his hand and started exploring my mouth with his tongue. The kiss was exhilarating, and I gave in until the alarm in my head sounded, and I pulled away. We don't have much time left, so you'll have to excuse me. I want to go freshen up and change into something more appropriate for the occasion, I said, and went to my room. It was awkward, and I hated spoiling the moment. It was so hard to fight my attraction for him. I would just have to guard against it and not get into situations like that with him. It was just too tempting, and I couldn't trust myself. Deciding on an outfit that I thought befitted the surroundings, I discovered I'd apparently made the right choice when I saw the admiring look in Trent's eyes when I walked back into the lounge. He had also changed into smart black trousers, a black t-shirt and a casual cream jacket. I didn't make you wait, did I? I asked, and he gave me a brilliant smile. That's obviously one of your strong points, as you told me, Trent said. Always on time. You look gorgeous, let's go, he said, and we headed back to the main lobby to meet up with the McGees. They were seated on one of the leather couches in the lounge area, and smiled brightly when we walked in. You look fresh and rested, Trent said. I hope you're hungry, because the chef here is a magician. Follow me, he said, and led us to the premier restaurant at the resort. It was out of this world. Never had I seen anything like it, and I couldn't believe that magical places like that really existed. The maitre d' took us to the best table in the restaurant with a view over the valley. I have never been in such a smart restaurant and had to dig into my residual memory to recall which knives and forks to use when. It occurred to me that perhaps I should have gone on a quick finishing course before I committed to this adventure. I have to compliment you, Trent. This resort is top-notch, and I can understand why people will pay a lot of money to spend time here, Angus said earnestly. Thank you, Angus. This is my favorite resort, and I have to admit that I'm really very proud of it, Trent said. You have reason to be. This is an outstanding place, young man, I'm enjoying every minute, Annie added. That's great. As long as you enjoy yourselves, I'm happy. Let's have a look at the menu and decide about dinner, Trent said, and picked up his menu. We were all studying the menu when the maitre d' walked up to the table with two guests, Grayson and Naomi. Trent looked at me and shrugged. He was not a happy camper, but I decided that I was not going to let them spoil the evening, or show the interlopers that we were upset. Evening folks, I wasn't sure what time dinner was, but I'm glad to see that we're in time, Grayson said and took a seat. Naomi pulled out her own chair and sat down next to him. Good evening, Grayson, Naomi, I said warmly. I think we should order family style tonight so that everyone can try a bit of everything, I suggested with a smile. The chef here is Michelin-starred and excels at everything he does, so how could we go wrong? I said and winked at Trent. You've got to be kidding me, Grayson said, laughing. Not at all. What do you think, Angus, Annie? I asked the McGees. Sounds like a brilliant idea to me, Angus said. I didn't know what to choose, and you just made it very easy, he said. Lovely idea. I can't eat a full plate of food anyway, Annie said. Grayson dropped the menu and sat back in his chair. I had just taken the wind out of his sails, arrogant prick. Great idea, my love, Trent said, and placed our order. Cheers everyone, I said, and raised my glass. Cheers to you, Angus said. Do you like your suite? Trent asked. It is so beautiful, I wish I could stay here for a month, Annie said, and Angus nodded his head in agreement. Everything is just perfect, but what I enjoy most is the view from everywhere inside, and of course the deck with the pool and hot tub. I can just imagine how much fun our grandkids would have here, she said, and took a sip of her wine. It sounds to me like a 2-bit copy of a resort I stayed at in Switzerland, Naomi retorted, and that infuriated me. The audacity. Conceited cow. Poor Annie frowned and went quiet. I had to control myself or I would have emptied my glass in her face. Annie was so taken aback, I felt sorry for her. I'm going to the restroom, please excuse me, I said. Why don't you come along like girls do, Naomi? I asked, and looked her straight in the eye. She seemed skeptical, but got up and followed me. When we entered the restroom, I turned to Naomi and confronted her. You have a lot of nerve, you know, I said, but Naomi just shrugged, parked in front of one of the mirrors, and admired herself. What gave you the right to plant the story of our engagement in the newspaper? I asked. What difference does it make? I did an interview, and when they asked me about my ex-fiancé, I said he was in a new relationship, so there was no need to worry because he wasn't pining away, she added. That was news to me, and she caught me off guard for a minute. I couldn't remember Trent mentioning the fact that they were engaged before, and wondered why he didn't tell me. I pushed the thought to the back of my mind. You should have at least asked Trent if he wanted to have that picture out there, I said, but she ignored me. She shrugged again and refreshed her lipstick, then turned and left the restroom without another word. There was absolutely nothing to like about Naomi Wilde. She had the sensitivity of an insect that I would have liked to crush underfoot. It was clear that she was not going to answer for her actions. I straightened my hair and washed my hands, then took a deep breath, before I returned to the table.
Chapter 5. Naomi returned to the table by herself, and I wondered about Scout's motive for inviting her along to the restroom. Whatever it was, I was sure she had good reason, and I admired her when she came walking back to the table. She was elegantly dressed in a fashionable short, black cocktail number that complemented her slender body and stunning legs. Her hair was done up in a loose knot at the back, and it showed off the black crystal earrings that we got to match the dress. My body reacted just looking at her, and I had a flashback of her in bed with me. She was a looker, all right, but she was also a warm, loving person. Naomi's beauty paled in comparison to Scout. There was nothing likable about her at all, and once again I wondered what I'd ever seen in her. I noticed that Grayson was off his game, and it was not due to anything that I had said or done. It was all Scout's doing. She worked magic with the way she deflected some of his barbs, and seemed to enjoy putting him down, but did it in such a way that it wouldn't be offensive to Angus and Annie. Naomi, on the other hand, was turning out to be a wild card. I could swear I felt her trying to rub her leg against mine under the table, but I ignored it. Nothing she could do would turn me on. I had no interest in getting her back, and as a matter of fact I was happier than ever that I was rid of her. Your chef did an incredible job, Trent, the food was delicious. I wish I could eat more, Angus said, and sat back in his chair. He is good, yes, and has never disappointed me, I said. I was fortunate that he decided to join my team, because he had a top position at a 5-star hotel in San Francisco, I explained. Now, if you've had enough and you're all done, I'd sure like to take you for a walk around the property, I told Angus. We'd love that, Annie said. Good idea, Trent. I like taking a walk after dinner. Good for the digestion, you know, Grayson said, and I managed to hold in a sigh. He just wouldn't give up. It looked as if he was going to stick to me like dog poo to the bottom of a shoe. I ignored his remark and led the party onto the path outside. We walked in a group and followed the path that led past one mini lodge from where all the rooms had ski-in, ski-out access, which I pointed out to Angus. Most of the buildings here are designed that way because it allows skiers to spend more time on the snow, and they can ski right back to their rooms when they're done, I explained. It is more expensive, but most guests are prepared to pay for that convenience, I said. We continued walking, and before I realized it, Naomi was suddenly beside me. She kept moving closer until her arm brushed against mine. I moved away, but she moved closer again. It was not accidental. She was definitely up to something. I looked around and noticed that Grayson was talking to Scout. I was quite sure that she didn't seek out his company, and wondered what he was saying to her. Turning my attention back to the McGee's, I was encouraged when Angus showed a lively interest in the layout of the resort. It is a complicated process, and I do take an almost scientific approach when I start with a project, I explained. I have, for instance, researched how far the average skier would be willing to walk around a resort, and how much uphill walking they will tolerate, I said, as Angus listened intently. I have also learned that people prefer ramps to stairs, which is why you will find as few stairs as possible at any of my resorts. Then you have to take the capacity of the slopes into account, the difficulty level of runs and the carrying capacity of the lifts, I explained further, and Angus lifted his brow in astonishment. Very interesting, he said. I couldn't be bothered with those details, Annie said. I am just enjoying the majestic resort. Can we go and sit somewhere to watch the sunset behind the mountains, she asked. Absolutely, I said. It really is something to see. Then I took them to a comfortable veranda from where we had uninterrupted views. A short while later we returned to the lodge. Good night, Angus, Annie, enjoy the rest of your evening, I said, and watched as they walked to the elevator. I turned to look for Scout, but she and Grayson were not with us. I was about to go and look for them when Naomi placed a hand on my chest to stop me. Trent, wait please, she said. There is something I want to discuss with you. I stepped back from her. I'm not interested, Naomi. We parted ways and have both moved on. As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing to discuss, unless you want to compliment me on my engagement to Scout, I said. I am tired of these games, Naomi said. I know now that it was a mistake to leave you. We belong together and I think you know it, she said, very self-assuredly. Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm engaged, remember, and in love with Scout. I am not interested, I repeated, but Naomi laughed at me. Guys like you don't end up with someone who looks like the average girl next door. They end up with sophisticated women who enhance their image, like me, she said, and threw her hair back. She didn't give me time to respond, and before I knew it, she had leaned forward and kissed me. She caught me off guard and I was about to push her away when I heard a gasp. I pulled away to see Scout and Grayson beside Naomi. Scout's eyes were wide and she lifted her hand to cover her mouth. Grayson found it amusing and started laughing, but Scout turned on her heel and rushed out of the lodge. This is no laughing matter, Grayson. How insensitive can you be? I've had enough of the two of you, and I want you off the property, I said through clenched teeth. Let it be a warning for you never to set foot on my property again. Security will be on the lookout for you should you dare to come back, I said, then called security to escort them out. My mouth was dry and my head throbbed. I had tolerated as much as I could from Grayson and Naomi, and was very worried about Scout's reaction. I had to make sure she was alright, and went to the cabin as fast as I could. I found her in her bedroom, busy packing her bag. When I walked in, she looked up at me with a scowl on her face and continued packing. She was flushed and clearly very upset. I did not kiss Naomi, Scout. She kissed me and I pushed her away immediately. I started, but Scout interrupted me. It doesn't matter. You never told me you two were engaged, and now I'm caught in the middle of a very unpleasant mess. This tit-for-tat was never part of the deal, and I am not going to put up with it, she said, with a determined look in her eyes.
Chapter 6. My heart raced and my hands were shaking. I could hardly even think straight. I couldn't get the vision of that woman kissing Trent out of my mind, and I stopped for a moment to take a deep breath. I knew it shouldn't matter, but it did. It mattered more than I cared to admit, and I knew I was in trouble because I let my emotions get the better of me. The last thing I wanted was for Trent to know why I was so upset and why I really wanted to leave. My life was uncomplicated and easy, and I wanted to keep it that way. It was one thing to tell myself that I had to guard my feelings and my heart, but it was quite another to actually do so. I had feelings for Trent already, and I couldn't afford to have it go further because then it would break my heart if nothing came from the relationship. I decided to blame it all on the fact that Trent kept his past engagement to Naomi quiet when he had more than enough opportunity to tell me about it. When Trent burst into the cabin, I didn't want to see him or speak to him. All I wanted was to finish packing and get home as soon as I could, but he wouldn't leave me alone and felt the need to explain. His explanation about her kissing him left me cold. I thought Naomi was conceited when I first met her, but I was prepared to give her the benefit of the doubt. I had always believed one should never judge people if you didn't know them, but the more I got to know her, the less I liked her. After the way she behaved in the restroom, I had decided that I didn't like her at all, and then I had to witness that kiss. I know I shouldn't have stormed out of the lodge the way I did. It was childish, but what I saw pushed me over the edge and I just wanted to get away. I didn't want them to see how upset I really was. All I could think of was getting out of there, which is why I rushed back to the cabin to start packing. I'm terribly sorry, Trent said, but I didn't look at him and continued packing. I never thought it was necessary to tell you about my engagement to Naomi because it was over and I wanted to leave it in the past where it belonged. I saw no need to and didn't want to dig into the past, especially since I have no interest in Naomi anymore whatsoever, he said. Plus, we had discussed it at the McGee's when they showed up there. Clearly, Naomi doesn't feel the same way, I said. Look at me, Scout, he said, and I looked up. Please believe me. I never expected her to show up at all, let alone hang around, he continued, and combed his fingers through his hair. He was almost pleading with me, and it was extremely difficult, but I couldn't give in. I had made up my mind and nothing was going to change it. It doesn't matter, Trent. I thought I could do this, but I can't, I said. I hate what happened earlier, and I am quite sure that we haven't seen the last of them. They are insensitive and they aren't going to leave you alone until Angus has made a decision, I said, brushing a wayward strand of hair from my forehead. They won't set foot here again, Trent said, and I lifted my brow. I literally chased them off the property and had security escort them out. That should at least count for something, don't you think? Trent asked, and I sighed deeply. I suppose, but it still doesn't change the fact that you didn't tell me, I said. Trent walked up to me and gently pulled me away from the bag and the packing, and I let him. I can't resist him. I'm sorry, Scout, truly sorry, he said softly and looked deep into my eyes. You have already helped me more than I could ever have imagined, he said. You managed to defuse all the situations caused by Grayson tonight, and the McGee's like you a lot. That counts heavily in my favor, he said. And that's not all. For the first time in a very, very long time, I'm having fun, he said, with a gentle smile. Somehow, you have brought another dimension into my life, he said. All of a sudden, I am enjoying myself and I am beginning to realize that I've been missing out on the fun part of life, he said. Please reconsider and stay, I beg you, he pleaded, and had that puppy dog look in his eyes again. If not for me, then stay for Angus and Annie. They enjoy your company and will be very disappointed if you leave, he said. Don't bring them into it, Trent, it's not fair, I said. You already know how guilty I feel already for lying to them. I just hope they never find out, I said. I will do anything to get you to stay, even if it's not fair, he said, and his smile widened when I frowned at him. I opened my mouth to object, but then he kissed me. I tried to pull away, but he tightened his grip and pulled me closer to him. His lips were hot against mine, and the kiss was not soft and gentle, but intense and hungry. It turned all the anger inside of me into passion. I returned the kiss with the same fervor, and soon his hands were all over my body. At that moment all my thoughts and doubts evaporated, and all that mattered was the taste of his lips, the intoxicating scent of his aftershave, and his fingers that were stroking, rubbing and touching every part of my body. It sent shivers down my spine and made my body melt into his. I wanted him even closer and pulled him harder against me. My arms curled around his neck and I curled my fingers into his hair, his insistent mouth not leaving mine. I felt him, all of him, pressed against me and wanted more. He pulled away slightly, swiped my bag off the bed and pushed me onto it. He fell down next to me and kissed me harder and deeper. I unbuttoned his shirt and brushed my hands over his chest to his belly as he reached down to undo his pants. He kicked them off and then he removed my dress impatiently. There was urgency to our movements. I was overcome with desire. There was a heaviness in my belly, between my thighs, and my breasts were tingling. A small voice inside my head tried to warn me, but I pushed it away. My body was on fire and completely overruled the voice of reason. He cupped my breast with one hand and the other trailed along my inner thigh to my panties. Impatiently, he pulled down the offending fabric and then his fingers found the spot that was yearning for him. I reached for his erection, stroked him and he groaned. Breathless in anticipation, my body writhed and I moaned softly. It spurred him on and he rolled up onto me and took me, plunging into me with a wild abandon. The pleasure was exquisite and I felt little sparks throughout my body that quickly built up into an explosion that rocked my body and my world.
Chapter 7. I couldn't let her go. She was everything I ever wanted, and I needed her. I wanted her with me, next to me, part of me, and I knew I had to change her mind. Kissing her with all the hunger I felt inside of me got the result I hoped for, and she responded passionately. The feeling was more exhilarating than any deal I've ever closed. This was the deal that had suddenly made life worthwhile, and was the one I couldn't afford to lose. I wanted to rip off her dress and devour her, but something inside of me warned me to take it slow. That was until she pulled me hard against her and opened up. She was as hungry for me as I was for her, and the desire to take her overruled all rational thought. Her skin was soft and smooth, and I inched my fingers up her thigh, higher, until I felt lace. It all that remained between us, and I pulled it off roughly. She was wet when I touched her and squirmed under my hand. My dick throbbed and jumped at her touch. I couldn't wait a second longer and thrust it into her warm, wet, tight pussy. It felt as if I was riding a wave, and I was about to reach the summit. Scout was riding it with me, and when we got there together, it was as if the sky opened and a million stars engulfed us. Afterwards, we lay sweating and panting in each other's arms. I was drained but deeply satisfied. Small little convulsions still shook my body. I pulled Scout against me and she buried her head in my armpit. I stroked her hair and inhaled her intoxicating scent. She purred softly in my ear and stroked her small hand over my chest, through the light hair that covered it, and I felt the stirrings of arousal again. Turning my face to look into her eyes, I saw only contentment there. I bent my head and she offered her mouth to me, so I kissed her again. Gently then, and she closed her eyes, and let me play my tongue over her lips, her teeth and inside walls her mouth. I tasted her, smelled her and wanted to drink her in slowly, like an exotic cocktail that you swirled around your mouth before you swallowed. Moving my mouth down to her perfectly curved breast, my lips circled around her erect nipple. She was as ready again as I was, and we caressed and discovered the detail of each other's bodies. There was no urgency now, and our lovemaking was unhurried, exquisite. We fell asleep when we were done, sated and relaxed. Scout turned on her side and I snuggled against her back and held her tight. The sun woke us early. I placed a kiss on top of Scout's head and got up to make coffee. It was a big day because I was going to take the Angus and Annie on a full tour of the resort after breakfast, and I wanted to check with the staff to make sure that everything was in place before we started. I took our coffee to the deck and on the way past the room, I peeped in. Scout was still lying in the bed, her small body dwarfed by the massive four-poster. I thought it just as well that I had the mugs in my hands, or I would have joined her, and been late for my appointment. Coffee is ready, milady, and will be served in the lounge in front of the fire that's already crackling away, I called, and she gave me a playful smile. Be there in a minute, milord, this lady does not waste time, she laughed. I was happier than I've ever been and found myself humming while I waited for her to join me. What pleased me most was that she was still with me and she seemed relaxed and happy. I could only hope she would see our arrangement through, and that nothing else happened to make her change her mind again. She joined me then, like a vision in what remained of the lacy lingerie, and I looked at her admiringly. Oh no, I know that look, she teased and placed herself on the sofa next to me. If only I had time, I said, and she giggled. We finished our coffee while watching the flames play in the fireplace, and then Scout got up to shower and get ready. I went and showered in the other room and waited for her in the lounge. She chose a pair of designer jeans and a white, cotton shirt for the occasion. A thin tan leather belt, a watch with a matching strap, and white sneakers completed the outfit. A pink woolen pullover hung loosely over her shoulders. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, sunglasses already perched on top of her head, and her makeup was light. Do you approve? She asked, and whirled around to give me a full view of her beautiful body. Perfect. Just perfect, I said, and admired the crisp, fresh look. We went to the breakfast room and found the Angus and Annie already there. Good morning, I said and gave them a warm smile. I hope you had a good night and that you're ready to explore today. Good morning to you too, Angus said. We didn't want to get out of that comfortable bed and could have spent a little more time in the suite, but we are ready and excited to see what else this magnificent place has to offer, Annie added. You look beautiful, dearie, she said to Scout. Trent is a lucky man, Angus said, and I saw a blush creeping over Scout's face. I am indeed, I said, and leaned over to plant a kiss on her cheek. Please help yourselves to breakfast, I said, and they walked over to the buffet to dish up. I suggest you get a good helping, we're going to be busy today, I told Scout, as we followed the couple I was enjoying so much. When I finished my breakfast, I asked to be excused. There are a few things I need to take care of before we go. Please take your time and I'll meet you in the lobby, I said, and left for my quick meeting with the staff. I had just dismissed them when the smiling trio joined me, and I escorted them to the golf cart that was waiting outside. We started off by driving around throughout the different lodges, pointing out the ski and ski out accommodation, all with hot water tubs on the decks. I took them past the swimming pool area with its huge outdoor bar and restaurant, and then I took the cart up to Eagle's Rest, a restaurant and pub located at the highest point of the property from where they had a view over the entire resort. This is spectacular, Trent, Angus said, his eyes wide in wonder. The view from here is incredible, and this restaurant is the type of place where you should just leave me for a while, he laughed and winked at me. It's my favorite one too, I said. We have 8 restaurants on the property, each with its own character and style, I explained, so there is plenty of variety on site. Some of them cater to families with kids, while others have an upscale bar scene vibe, where the party starts in the morning and continues late into the night, I said. We finished our drinks and continued on the tour. We were all enjoying ourselves, and I was beginning to think I might have a good shot at developing Big Sky. We returned to the main lodge, and before I left them to start packing, I wanted to show them the spa just off the lobby to the side of the building. This is where the ladies get spoiled, Angus, I said, as we walked in. Wow, and this is where you can leave me for a while when Angus is having his beer up there enjoying the view. Annie exclaimed, clearly impressed. And me, Scout said, and hooked her arm through Annie's with a giggle. Can you imagine being treated to facials and massages in such luxury? She said and smiled sweetly at me. What do you say, honey? Do we have time? She asked, and pouted her lips. I enjoyed her playfulness and relaxed manner, and laughed at the way she looked at me. There will be plenty of time for that later, I promise, I said, and winked at her, and everybody enjoyed a good laugh. I want to thank you, Trent and Scout, Angus said. It was a real eye-opener to see what you have accomplished here. I am very impressed, Angus said. We enjoyed every minute, Annie said, and I'm sorry to leave. You are sure welcome to stay longer, but I'm guessing Grayson won't like that, I said with a smile, as Angus shrugged. I agree. Better get packing, my dear, it's about time to leave, Angus told Annie. We said our goodbyes and headed back to my cabin. I think we deserve a glass of wine, I said, and went to the kitchen to fetch a bottle and glasses. Scout stepped out on the deck and took a seat on the comfortable couch. I agree with Angus. This resort is mind-blowing. You thought of everything, she said, when I sat down next to her. That happens when you do your research, I said. At least I know they're favorably impressed. Let's toast to the deal we're going to land, I said, and we clinked our glasses. I won't be as classless as Grayson to intrude on his dinner with them tonight, but I'd like to give him at least a little of his own medicine, I said thoughtfully, and Scout looked at me with a frown furrowing her brow. I see something coming and I'm not sure whether I should be excited or anxious. Just what do you have in mind? Scout asked. I think we should go to Grayson's resort tomorrow and hit the slopes, he said. Can you ski? Scout shook her head. Not yet, but it seems like I'm going to need to learn very quickly, she said, and gave me a bright smile. In that case, it's settled. I'll round up the necessary equipment, and then we can hit the bunny slopes before stalking Grayson as he tries to make his pitch, I said. I like the sound of that, Scout agreed. I loved her way of thinking.
Chapter 8. The morning air was crisp when we left the cabin, and I looked forward to the day. I'd never thought about attempting to ski, but I was excited and just hoped I didn't make a complete fool of myself. We headed to the main lodge where Trent collected our ski equipment, then set off for the ride to Grayson's resort. It was a short, scenic drive, and I was glad that it took us through Aspen itself. All I knew about it was that John Denver lived there and that it had inspired one of his hit songs, and I was glad that I could see it. It was a charming town with lots of quaint old buildings and restaurants, and I understood why Aspen and the surrounding area attracted jet-setters from all over the world. Grayson's resort was not far out of town, and my first impression when we drove up to the parking area was that it was much too modern for my liking. All glass and aluminum with no warmth. Modern sculptures were used to decorate the gardens and the outside of the reception area. It looks like an art gallery, but I'm not into modern art, I said. Are you sure we're at the right place? Is this really a ski resort? I asked, and Trent burst out laughing. I half expect an ambulance to pull up here, it looks so clinical, I said. Oh, don't even mention the word. Let's hope we're not going to need one for you later, he teased. I don't plan to break any part of my body, thank you. You better hope Grayson doesn't need one if he continues with his unacceptable behavior, I said, and Trent grinned. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he sees us here, I said. So, why wait? Let's go find them, Trent said, and we went inside. We walked through the ultramodern building, past the lounge area, and found them in the gym at the far end. "Morning, guys, is Grayson trying to talk you into a gym session?" Trent said, in greeting with a bright smile as we walked up to them. "What a pleasant surprise," Annie said, and embraced me. "Good to see you, young man," Angus said, as he shook Trent's hand. "What are you doing here?" Grayson asked, clearly not happy to see us. "I figured that since we'll be spending a lot of time at ski resorts in future, I'd better learn to ski if I want to keep my man," I said, and winked at Trent. I decided that the best place for her first ski lesson should be here because we all know that the slopes at your resorts are the gentlest, ideal for beginners, Trent said. "Sounds like you'll be able to tackle even that black diamond course in no time, sweetie," he added as Grayson narrowed his eyes and let out an exasperated sigh. Trent's innocent little stab had put Grayson neatly in his place. He was rankled, and even Angus and Annie chuckled over the slight. "Shall we all have dinner together again?" I suggested, and the McGees said they'd love to, but Grayson's eyes shot daggers at me. "Great, we'll see you all later then," Trent said, and grinned like a Cheshire cat. "Wish me luck, I'm off to my first skiing lesson," I said, and we left them to get our ski equipment from the car. "Did you see how mad I made Grayson when I invited us to dinner?" I said to Trent, and we both laughed. He lost his cool badly there for a moment. "That should teach him a lesson," Trent said. "Talking about lessons, yours is about to start," he said, as we headed towards the slope. "By the way, you're going to fall." "A lot," he said, and I rolled my eyes at him. "Don't worry, at least the snow is soft." "It's all part of the fun," he said, and we got to a bench where he made me sit down to help me get into the skis before he put on his own. "First, you must get used to the extra length," he said, and helped me to stand up. "Now, make a full circle turn, that will help you to get the feeling," he said. I did as I was told, but somehow, I managed to step on the ski while I was turning. I couldn't move and tried to lift the one ski from the other, but then I lost my balance and took my first fall. I tried to get up, but I was giggling so hard I couldn't. Trent laughed and helped me get up. At least there weren't a lot of people around to witness it all, only resort staff who were there to assist people that needed help. "You should have made me read Skiing for Dummies last night. There must be a chapter about how move with skis on or something," I said, and steadied myself before trying again. "Now we're going to walk up the slope," Trent said. "Take big steps and slide your skis forward." He demonstrated what he meant and we started moving. "It's hard," I said, but he just shook his head and waved me on. "My ankles are stiff and these things are heavy," I moaned, but he just chuckled and we kept going until we reached the spot he wanted me to ski from. He explained to me what to do and I started moving slowly, but suddenly I gained momentum and couldn't stop. "Help!" I yelled, but by then I was tumbling down the slope, skis all over the place and everything covered in snow. Trent was right behind me, but before he reached me, I started digging myself out. My phone rang and I managed to sit up and answer. It was Abby, who wanted an update on how things were going. "Oh, not bad as far as fake engagements go, but right now I look like a human snowman, so I'll have to call you back," I said, laughing at Trent who was rushing to my aid. "It sounds like you're having fun," Abby said, with a smile in her voice. "Oh yes, I am, I wish you could see me at this moment." "Talk to you later," I said, and hung up to take Trent's hand. He pulled me up effortlessly, dusted the snow off my hair and shoulders, then pulled me into his arms. He bent his head down and kissed me spontaneously, and it felt like the most natural thing in the world. I heard someone behind us and it brought me back to reality. It shouldn't be the most natural feeling in the world, and as much as I would have liked to spend the rest of the afternoon in his arms, I pulled away. "I would like to say I'm going to race you to the bottom, but I'd at least like to try and make it down on the skis instead of rolling," I said, and straightened myself before I started moving again down the slope again. "Well done," Trent said, and gave me a light slap on the bottom when we got back to the bench. "You're a natural," he teased. "A natural faller." "Yes, I know. Look at those kids, they do it so effortlessly," I said, and admired a few little ones who came skiing by. "Don't worry, I'll give you a decent lecture with a PowerPoint presentation and videos before we tackle the next lesson," Trent said, and helped me to get the skis off. "It was fun, thank you," I said, and smiled at him. "I knew you'd like it." "You didn't hurt anything in the fall, did you?" he asked, and I shook my head. "Nope, no ambulance required this time," I said. "Good, let's keep it that way," he said, and took my hand. "Let's head back to the car. There's plenty of time for a little rest before we get ready and come back for dinner tonight," Trent said. The drive back was pleasant. We were both in high spirits and sang along to the songs on the radio. I was so comfortable with Trent. There was never a dull or awkward moment, and it felt as if I had known him for years. I wondered if he felt the same way and if there was any chance that our fake engagement would develop into a real relationship. I knew that he enjoyed having me with him, but he'd made no indication that he would want me around once the deal was concluded. I decided not to dwell on it and to go with the flow for now. I would have to deal with the outcome later, whichever way it turned out, and was excited to see what the rest of the week held in store.
Chapter 9. I enjoyed every minute with Scout. She was like a tonic to me, a feisty little thing who wouldn't give up on skiing until we made it all the way down, and I was sure she would have tried again if I insisted. She was determined to succeed, and that endeared her to me even more. A fire crackled in the fireplace when we got back to my cabin, and a bottle of wine and 2 glasses waited on the table in the lounge. "That looks so inviting," Scout exclaimed and fell down on the couch in front of the fire. "The butler knows his job," I said, and flashed a smile at her. We spent a relaxed afternoon in the cabin until it was time to leave for dinner. Scout looked stunning in black ski pants and black silk blouse under a red woolen swing coat with a stand-up collar. I was proud to have her by my side. When we met the others, I was surprised at the change in Grayson's attitude toward us. I expected him to be annoyed, but instead he looked extremely self-assured. He looked me straight in the eye, and when he greeted me with an overbearing smile, I got the impression that he knew something I didn't. Like a secret he was gloating over. It placed me on edge immediately, but Scout didn't know him well enough and didn't pick up on it. She was her normal, lively self and greeted everyone with her signature warmth, even Naomi though she disliked her. We joined them at the table and studied the menu. For starters, you can't go wrong with anything, and for the main course I suggest you try one of the steak options. The chef is a magician who prides himself on his skills when it comes to a good piece of meat, Grayson said confidently. "I see you don't have that much of a variety on the menu, Grayson," I said, and saw a flicker of irritation flash in his eyes. "I believe that you shouldn't be able to go wrong with anything you offer and not have only the one strong section, like the meat, in this case," I added. "That's the reason I have a Michelin star chef in the seafood section and another in the meat section. I personally think it's confusing for guests if you give them too many choices," Grayson said, and I just smiled knowingly. I want my guests to be spoiled by choices. "That is part of the experience I'm trying to offer," I said, and saw Grayson narrow his eyes. I was getting under his skin, and it was showing. "We are beginning to focus on the resort as a venue," Grayson said, more to Angus and Annie, steering the conversation away from the restaurant. "We have a variety of function halls to suit different occasions, and can host up to 300 guests in our main hall," he continued. "In fact, that is where we are planning to host our wedding," he said, and glanced at Naomi, who was her usual, absent self. "Event services should be a huge part of any resort, and our event services cover all aspects of any function, irrespective of the size and style," he explained. "I have an excellent team, and they will happily pass their skills on to you," he said, and Angus nodded. "Talking about venues and our upcoming wedding, have you decided where you are going to get married yet?" Grayson turned his attention to Scout, and I saw that the question made her uncomfortable. No, we only got engaged recently, and haven't started with the wedding planning yet. We've both been very busy, but we'll get there, she said, and I hoped he would leave it at that. I hope you aren't too busy for dating, he said, with a smirk. Of course not, I said, and didn't like the direction in which he was steering the conversation. It deepened the unease I'd felt about him when we first arrived. He should concentrate on the McGees and not on our relationship, but he was persistent and pushed on. So, what do you like to do together? He asked Scout again, and she replied almost instantly. Picnics, any day of the week, she said, with a glint in her eyes. Trent knows how much I love to be outdoors, even in winter. He lured me away from work one day, pretending that he needed my opinion on something he wanted to buy. I thought it was probably a boat or something when he took me to the yacht club, but instead, he had a picnic blanket ready with a basket full of the most divine goodies set up in a picnic area already, she said dreamily. Everything was perfect and romantic, until he popped the cork of the champagne bottle, that is. It hit me right in the face, and I was sprayed with champagne from head to toe, she laughed. Angus and Annie chuckled at Scout's anecdote, and Angus placed his arm around Annie's shoulders and pulled her against him. You could see the love they shared on their faces and in their eyes, and I suddenly realized that was what I needed in my life, and why my life had always felt so empty. I wanted a real, true love, the kind that would last a lifetime, like the love these two wonderful people obviously shared. That was what life was about, to have a partner, a companion to grow old with. Could Scout be the one? I had already established that she had all the qualities I looked for in a woman, but more than that, I was addicted to being with her already. She might just be the one that would inspire that kind of love in me. Naomi surprised us all when she suddenly showed an interest in the conversation, but true to her nature, she had nothing nice to say, and instead she launched a verbal attack on Scout. I held my breath. When is Trent's birthday, Scout? She asked, and Scout surprised me when she replied without missing a beat. Do you know where he was born? She continued with a barrage of questions, but once again Scout answered correctly. How many siblings does he have? She asked next, and I was impressed when she got that one right. Naomi fired more questions, but Scout held her ground. She had obviously done some research on me, and I figured she wanted to be prepared for a situation just like the one she suddenly found herself in. I knew it was the one thing she was worried about most, that one of them would start probing and somehow blow our cover. Who is Trent's go-to family member when everything gets to be too much? She asked, and I knew that would be trouble. She hesitated, and before Scout could say anything, Naomi fired the next one. Did Trent and Scott ever go on that trip that they'd planned for so long? Where was it to again? She asked, and I decided that was enough. We hadn't talked about our families, she didn't know any of my friends yet, and she wouldn't be able to answer anything along that line of questioning. I had to put a stop to it because Naomi was going too far, and I was concerned. Something was up, but I couldn't put my finger on it, and I didn't want her to upset Scout. What's up, Naomi? I asked, and she leaned back in her chair, threw her head back and combed her fingers through her hair, unperturbed. You seem to be on the attack here. This is supposed to be a pleasant evening with our guests, not an interrogation, I said. Annie stared at her plate and Angus had a deep crease between his eyes. We were all uncomfortable and didn't know where she was heading. Scout couldn't possibly know everything about me because we haven't known each other that long, I said. That's weird, Grayson said, placing his elbows on the table as he rested his head on his hands. That's not what one of my employees overheard earlier, he said, and smiled wickedly. He may as well have thrown ice down my shirt. I went cold and pulled my shoulders back. From the look on his face, I knew that whatever he said next was going to be bad.
Chapter 10. Thankfully, I'd done my homework well after I agreed to play along with Trent's proposal, and I'd studied up as much as I could. Fortunately, there was plenty of information since he was like a celebrity in San Francisco, the boy wonder who made it big in a very competitive field and became a billionaire before he reached the age of 30. I wanted to know what I was letting myself into, but I also wanted to be prepared in case someone started asking questions about us. From that research, I learned a lot about Trent's background, but that was where it ended. He was still featured in newspapers and other publications regularly, but most of the articles were about his business deals. He kept his personal life private and was not very active on social media. I didn't think Grayson was malicious when he asked whether we had chosen a venue yet, because it was a natural part of the conversation, but I felt a sense of unease growing when he started probing. What Trent and I liked to do together had nothing to do with him. The unease I felt turned into alarm when Naomi suddenly joined in the conversation. She never paid attention or showed interest in anything we had to say until Grayson started asking questions about our relationship. She had a smug air about her when she started interrogating me, and that put me on edge. I knew there was something behind it and had a feeling it was bad. Thankfully, I was able to answer most of her questions, but my heart started beating faster and my hands felt clammy. Things started moving south and I didn't know how long I'd be able to keep it up. When Trent stepped in, I closed my eyes for a second and took a deep breath, but the relief I felt was short-lived because Grayson said something that made Trent sit up straight and blasted the air from my lungs. Then he turned his attention to me. "A member of my staff overheard a conversation that you had on the phone with someone when you were out skiing," he said, and I held my breath. "He said you told the person on the other end that your engagement to Trent was fake." After dropping that bombshell, he leaned back in his chair. My jaw dropped and my head was spinning. I felt dizzy. That was it. They knew and tried to catch us out. Annie gasped and covered her mouth with her hand, and Angus looked stunned. I could see the disappointment on their faces and wished the floor would open so I could just disappear. The very thing that I had dreaded the most had happened, and there was no way out. I had to come clean and I got up from my chair to apologize to the McGees. "I am deeply sorry," I said to them, and felt the blood rush to my face and neck. "I can't deny it and I am truly sorry for the deception," I said, and held onto the table. "I've really enjoyed getting to know you, but I cannot be part of this business debacle any longer. Please excuse me, I'm going home," I said, and left the table with as much dignity as I could muster. Fighting back tears, I walked away, filled with shame and embarrassment. What a disaster. I was so scared that the truth would come out, but the manner in which it did made everything worse. Grayson and Naomi enjoyed every moment of our discomfort and made us look like the fools that we were in front of the McGees, the most honest, caring couple I could imagine. I hated myself and wished I had never agreed to this ridiculous arrangement. "Scout, wait." I heard Trent calling behind me, but I kept walking. He caught up with me and grabbed me by the arm. "Please stop," he said, and I could hear distress in his voice. I looked up at him and saw desperation in his eyes. "That was a very low blow, and I am so sorry that you had to go through it," he said. "I don't blame you, Scout, and please know that I know you weren't trying to capsize the deal by telling someone," he said, and I just nodded. "I can't understand how it was possible for anyone to hear what you said out there anyway, unless the guy was planted by Grayson, deliberately," he said. "He probably instructed someone to follow us and listen in on everything we said in the hopes that he would get something he could use against us." "I suppose, but it doesn't matter anymore, Trent," I said, and combed my hands through my hair. "I can't begin to express how I feel right now, except that it's horrible." "I have never felt this way in my life before," I said, and he shook his head emphatically. "Did you see the expression on their faces?" I asked, and he nodded. They were so disappointed. They'll never believe anything we say ever again, and I don't blame them. "I guess this is game over for you, because I don't think a man like Angus will trust you to handle his project after what just happened," I said, but Trent shook his head and placed his hands on my shoulders. "No, everything is not lost, Scout, we can fix this," he said, but I couldn't see how. "You can't, Trent, just face it. I can't see how you could regain the trust of a sincere man like Angus McGee," I said, and let out a deep sigh. It was wrong to deceive them, just leave it. And please, can we go? I'm cold and emotionally drained, I said, and started walking to the parking lot. Of course, I'm sorry, Trent said, and guided me to the car. We were both quiet in the car on the way back, and I thought about how ironic it was that just that morning, also on the way back to Trent's cabin, I was excited to see what the rest of the week held in store. Little did I know that I would soon be on my way home. We got back to the warm and friendly cabin, but the mood was somber. "Good night, Trent, I'm going to bed," I said. I thought I detected a desperate look in his eyes, and it seemed as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't, and I turned and went to my room. Closing the door behind me, I sat down on the bed in the dark. My body felt heavy and there was a dull throbbing in my head. All I wanted to do was to fall in a dreamless sleep, but that was not going to happen. I knew I would probably lay awake all night and decided that I might as well start packing. I got up, turned on the light, and placed the brand new bag on the bed. I started taking the expensive outfits and lingerie from the cupboards and placed it on the bed. What a waste. To think that Trent spent a small fortune on clothes that I would never wear again made me nauseous. The money could have been used so much more effectively. I would have settled for the amount he spent on the bag, the clothing and accessories alone, had I known how things would turn out. I had no use for most of the outfits. I didn't go to fancy restaurants and gala events, and I thought that in the circles I moved, it would be considered inappropriate to wear such over-the-top clothing. Folding the clothes, I packed the bag neatly. When that was done, I took my phone and started looking for a flight back to San Francisco in the morning. There was no reason for me to hang around any longer because I had outlived my usefulness. It was the obvious thing to do. Undoubtedly, Trent had lost the Big Sky deal, but I also knew he'd be on to another big deal in the near future. When I lay in bed at last, the events of the last couple of days played through my mind. I couldn't believe how everything went haywire in such a short space of time, just when I'd started hoping that something might actually develop between us. That just wasn't going to happen, and I would have to accept it, as sad as it was. At the end of the day, it had been an exhilarating experience, and my takeaway from it all was that it was wrong to lead someone up the garden path. At least I had learned a very important lesson, and I would never let myself get into a situation so far over my head again. I would focus on my social work and treasure the memory of the week I spent pretending to be the beloved fiancée of a dashing billionaire. I thought about Trent, and wondered what he was thinking, lying in his bed in the room so close to mine, and I couldn't help hoping that a miracle might happen. What if he had real feelings for me? Would he act on them and refuse to let me go? Snuggling into the pillow, I saw his face before me, the way he looked just before I came into my room. There was something there. It was an imploring look, as if he wanted to beg me to stay, and suddenly I wished with everything inside of me that I was right.
Scouts Honors Series. Book 3. Giving Mood. Description. I was at the risk of losing both a major deal and the girl that I had fallen for when our fake engagement was exposed. I didn't even want to think it was my fiancé who risked a big payout to sink the deal, but rather my rival who wanted me out of the game. I had to do damage control, but suddenly I worried more about losing the girl than the deal. The engagement might have been fake, but my feelings were real. My biggest challenge was to convince her to give me another chance.
I have lost my heart, and I might have lost the funding for my charity, but I was not going to lose my self-respect as well. No amount of money was worth the level of deception that I have taken part in, and I had to walk away. My heart was broken because my fake fiancé was more interested in revenge than in me, and didn't even notice that I'd broken our contract. It was going to be agony to leave and go back to my normal, lonely life after the incredible time I've spent with a billionaire, but I had to protect myself from further hurt and had no choice.
Chapter 1. I couldn't blame Scout for coming clean the moment after Grayson mentioned our fake engagement because she had integrity. She told me she had hated deceiving the McGees from the moment she met them, and I respected her feelings. Besides, it was a shocker that neither of us expected, especially not in the way that it happened. Of course, I didn't know what to say at that moment either, and I wasn't at all surprised when Scout immediately admitted that it was the truth. The result was devastating, since not only had I broken the old couple's trust in me as Scout had rightly pointed out, but she had decided and seemed very determined to leave. I wanted to stop Scout from going to her room, but I didn't know what to say. I needed time to process everything that happened and deal with my own disappointment first. I knew that my disappointment didn't stem from the likelihood that I was going to lose the deal as much as that I was going to lose what mattered most, and that was Scout. There would be other deals and I didn't have to worry about money, but Scout was a different matter altogether. She complimented me perfectly and would be a great asset in my life. I leaned against the wall and looked around me at all the smart, expensive furnishings and finishes and thought how empty it would all be without Scout. How empty my life was going to be without her. Slamming my fist against the wall, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I knew I had to clear my head and think. I got into bed with a heavy heart and knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I didn't think I would be able to stop her from leaving, and I didn't want her to go. The commitment I made regarding the funds would have to be kept. According to our contract, I was obligated to give her the funds for her charity, irrespective of the outcome of the deal. The thought that she leaked the secret on purpose because she knew it would get back to Grayson flashed through my mind, but I banished it immediately. She wasn't like that. She was honest and caring and probably more upset about disappointing Angus and McGee than anything else. I had to find a way to keep her from leaving and to somehow salvage the situation, and started thinking about how I was going to approach it. The best way I could see was to go and make up with Angus and explain everything to them. They liked Scout a lot, and it was not fair that she was placed in a bad light because of me. She didn't deserve it, and maybe if I told her the McGees didn't hold anything against her, she would change her mind. That might just work. It was the only shot I had, and I was determined to fix this. My mind started working, and I felt more positive. I was going to talk my way out of it, and knew I could do it. By that time dawn was breaking, and I got up. I had to get over to Grayson's resort and catch the McGees before they headed back home. After a quick shower, I was ready to leave in minutes. On the way out, I stopped to write a short note for Scout, saying I had urgent business to take care of, and left in a hurry. When I got there, I checked with reception and verified that the McGees hadn't left yet, and headed to the breakfast room. They were not there yet, so I got a table and ordered a cup of coffee. I was quite sure they wouldn't leave without breakfast, and waited for them to turn up. The coffee helped calm my nerves slightly, but I still drummed my fingers on the table. Everything depended on what happened in the next hour or so. They came in and I let out a deep breath when I noticed that for once Grayson wasn't hovering over them. I was prepared and ready to face the McGees, but not in his overbearing presence. I got up and walked over to their table. "Good morning, Angus," I said, and they looked up in surprise. "I know that you are on your way and won't keep you, but I'd really appreciate it if you'd give me a moment of your time." "There is something I have to explain to you," I said. "Hello, Trent," Angus said, his usual warm smile absent. "Good morning, Trent, have a seat," said, and I took a seat across from them so I could face them both. "Please don't blame Scout for what happened," I started, and Angus looked at me expectantly. "From the little I knew about you, the one thing that I picked up on was that your family means everything to you," I said, and nodded. "I wanted to make a good impression on you, being so family-oriented, and when I met Scout the idea that my chances would be better if I had a charming fiancée by my side popped up," I said. Believe me, she didn't jump at the opportunity like most other girls would have. It took a lot of convincing and she thought very hard before she agreed, I continued. "You see, Scout is a social worker who cares deeply for people, and the reason she came to see me was because she wants to start a charity organization for girls at risk, and she was looking for donations," I explained, and Angus looked intrigued. "She was at her wits' end because she couldn't raise enough money, and decided to do cold calling on houses one Saturday. My door happened to be the first one she knocked on, and fortunately for me, I was home and willing to listen, I said, and saw Anne's eyes soften. Being a businessman, I offered her a deal. I would donate a substantial amount of money if she agreed to act as my fiancée, I said. I am ashamed to admit that I took advantage of her good nature, which is why I had to tell you that she is not to blame. She didn't want to do it at first, and after she met you, she told me that she hated lying to you, I said, as Angus glanced at and who was fidgeting with her serviette. But by then it was too late and we had to go through with it, I said. It was wrong, as Scout told me again last night, and I know now that it was a stupid, crazy idea, I said, and Angus nodded. I've messed up and I'll understand if you want to walk away and not consider me as a partner any longer, I said, as Angus looked at me intently. I truly believe that your property is ideal, and I would have worked hard to make your vision come to life, but I also know that trust is essential in any partnership. I have undermined the trust you had in me, and words fail to describe the way I feel about what had happened. I never considered the true consequences, and I am terribly sorry, I said, and I slumped in my chair. Angus didn't respond immediately and was quiet. I was honest with them and had said all I wanted to. I could only hope that I got through to them somehow. I can't deny that I am very disappointed, Trent, Angus said at last. We thought that you were such a lovely couple, and to find out that it was all a lie came as a shock, he said, and I nodded. I hate lies, and so does Anne, he said, and I cringed. Then again, I don't like Grayson's way of doing business. He hasn't been playing fair either, and to be honest, I'm not sure that either one of you is the right man for the job, he said. I expected the way he reacted to what I had to say, but to hear that he had doubts about Grayson as well gave me hope, and I thought I could use that to my advantage. If that is the case, then I beg you to consider giving us a second chance, I said, and Angus cocked his head and raised his brow. I pushed on. I suggest we visit our resorts in the Bahamas. I swear that I've got nothing else to hide and promise that everything from here on will be above board, I said. The island resorts are completely different and will give you an even better idea of what we are capable of. It will give you another opportunity to judge us off our work and not our moral failings, I said earnestly. At that moment, Grayson entered the breakfast room, and when he saw me his nostrils flared, and he narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you doing here again? After what he said, but Angus cut him off. You should be glad that Trent came over, he said, and Grayson frowned and stood up straight. I was about to walk away from both of you, but Trent convinced me to give you another chance, by looking at your resorts in the Bahamas, he said, and Grayson's eyes widened in surprise. There is one condition though. You both have to grow up and play fair, he said in a stern voice. I have played fair, Grayson argued, but Angus leveled him with a hard gaze. Thank you, Angus, I really appreciate your understanding, I said, and let out a deep breath. Okay then, it's fine with me, Grayson said somberly. It looked as if someone just punctured his pompous bubble, but I felt exhilarated. Enjoy your breakfast and I'll call you later, I said, and when I got outside pumped my fist in the air. I had a second chance with the McGees, and now I just had to convince Scout that I deserved a second chance with her too, and I rushed back to the cabin.
Chapter 2. I didn't sleep well overnight and dragged my body out of bed. I could swear I heard the door of the cabin open and close, and wondered what Trent was up to. It was still very early, and I thought it unlikely that there was anything to do at the resort so early in the morning. Sadness is what I felt, sad that my journey with Trent was about to end. I had enjoyed it a lot, in spite of all my misgivings, and would have loved to spend more time here at the resort with him. But it was all over, and now I just wanted to get home, close the chapter, and get on with my life. I had a shower, got dressed, and packed the last of the things that were lying around. When I was done, I went to the kitchen to make myself a cup of coffee and saw a note on the table. It was Trent, and it said that he had a last-minute errand to run, but it had been over an hour since I heard the door. Sitting down on the couch in the lounge, I rested my head in my hands. He was supposed to take me to the airport, and I wondered how long I would have to wait. The sooner I got away, the sooner I could put this whole embarrassing mess behind me. It was one of the most difficult things I ever had to do, and I knew I would always mourn what could have been. At least I would have the memory of the few days I had spent in private jets, limousines, top-notch restaurants, and the beautiful ski resort. I couldn't afford breakfast there, let alone sleep over in the best suite in the house with the world's sexiest, most eligible billionaire. I heard the car pull up and then the door burst open and Trent appeared with a huge smile on his face. What? He seemed happy and I was confused. Was it possible that he had put everything behind him already? I felt a little stab of pain. That thought hurt a lot. Trent made a beeline for me, threw himself on the couch and took both my hands into his. "We've got a second chance," he said, and my eyes popped wide open. "I don't understand, what do you mean?" I asked, and frowned at him. "I decided to go and see the McGees," Trent said. "I wanted to try and make it right, Scout. It was important to me that they know you are not to blame and that you were against lying to them the whole time," he explained, and my mouth dropped open. "We both have resorts in the Bahamas, and I suggested that we go there for a final round of deliberation. Angus eventually agreed, and I couldn't wait to get back and share the good news with you," he said. "I want you to go with me," he said, and looked deep into my eyes, as if he was seeking approval there. I was dumbfounded. It was the miracle that I'd wished for just hours earlier, but it threw me, and now I felt like a fish gasping for air. "Why?" I asked, and realized immediately that it sounded very blunt. "Now that everything is in the open, you don't need me to act as your fiancée anymore, so why should I go?" I asked, and shook my head. "I am mortified just by the thought of facing the McGees again," I said. I untangled my hands from Trent's and combed my hair back from my face with my fingers. "Angus and like you a lot, and at least you wouldn't need to pretend anymore. You can spend time with them without any feelings of guilt," Trent said, and I closed my eyes. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to stay badly. Not only would I get to spend a little more time with Trent, but I would also go on another exotic, all expenses paid fully inclusive luxury holiday. The problem with that was that I would get even more attached to Trent, which would make it all the more difficult if things didn't work out between us. "You are thinking so hard, I can almost hear the gears turning in your head," Trent smiled. "Is it that difficult to decide?" When I looked into those brilliant green eyes, I realized I didn't have to protect my heart any longer. I had lost it already, and lost it completely. "I'll tell you what. I am prepared to sweeten the pot and donate more money to your charity," he said, and gave me one of his most endearing smiles. "It's not about the money, Trent, not anymore," I said, and let out a deep sigh. "It's about doing what is right, and right now I'm not sure what that is," I said. "I think what is right is to finish what we started," Trent said passionately. "You will feel much better if you face the McGees again and apologize like I have done. Once that's out of the way, we can put that whole unpleasant mess behind us and enjoy a couple of days in the Bahamas," he said. He was pushing very hard, and I wondered about that. It seemed important to him that I agreed, but I couldn't understand why. There was still no indication that he had real feelings for me, but I figured he wouldn't have insisted so much if he didn't have a good enough reason to do so. "Come on, think about the fun we'll have," Trent said, and I gave in. He obviously still needed me for some reason, and it was impossible to say no to him. "You make it very difficult to say no, Trent Lockhart," I said, and he let out a sigh of relief. "No wonder you win all the deals and even got the McGees to give you a second chance," I said, and he laughed. "I still dread facing Angus and again, but I must admit that the idea of spending a couple of days in the Bahamas appeals to me," I said, and smiled at him. "That's my girl," he said, and leaned over to give me a hug. "We'll leave immediately," Trent said, and I nodded. I already called the pilot and let him know to get the jet ready. The McGees aren't flying with us this time. I have booked them on a first-class flight out of Denver. "We'll meet them in the Caribbean," Trent said. My bags are packed and ready, I'll just need to change into something lighter because I will melt in this outfit in the tropics, I said, and Trent laughed at that. You do that. We'll get you anything else you need once we get there, don't worry, he said, and I felt my cheeks flush. While you do that, I'll go to the lobby quickly to greet the staff and leave the necessary instructions, he said and left. The miracle that I hoped for had happened. Trent had managed to turn the situation around and I was cautiously excited. The Bahamas was the destination that had been on my bucket list ever since I started planning one, but I always thought I would stay in a backpacker's hostel or a tent or something equally unpretentious. To think that I was about to be jetted off to a flagship resort was mind-blowing, and I wanted to share it with Abby. But that wasn't all. She was my voice of reason and I needed her advice. Hi Abs, how are things going there? I asked. Same as always, and no bad publicity at least. I'm so glad you called because I think about you and your fairy tale adventures all the time. What's happening? I want all the juicy details, she giggled. Am I going to have a story to tell my grandchildren one day? I said, and she burst out laughing. We're off to the Bahamas now, I said, and I heard her pull in her breath. What? Shit Scout, aren't you a lucky fish, she said, excited for me. I know, it is still pretty unreal. To tell you the truth, I had my kite set up and ready to fly home this morning, but the wind changed, I said. Huh? Abby said, and I smiled. Our secret was exposed last night, I said and told her what happened. I gave in eventually. I couldn't say no to him. For some reason, he still needs me to hang around, but I don't know why. What do you think? I asked. It makes sense to me, Scout. I think you made the right decision, she said, and I relaxed a bit. The McGees don't know you, and they deserve to see what a good, genuine person you are, she said. Besides, you deserve a luxury vacation, and quite frankly, if you had let this opportunity pass, I would think you had lost your marbles. Relax and go for it, go and enjoy every minute, she said. I felt much better after talking to my friend. It was all I needed, and suddenly I couldn't wait to get to the Bahamas with Trent.
Chapter 3. I felt it was just right to take the McGees to the ski resort in Aspen since that was what their property was ideal for, but I was delighted that I had the opportunity to show them what I had done in the Bahamas. It was the crown jewel of my empire, the one that I was most proud of, and that was listed as one of the top 10 best holiday destinations in the Forbes travel guide. It was set in Harbor Island, a tropical paradise with endless stretches of pink sand beaches. Scout still seemed a bit distant on the flight, and she kept staring out the window. When the island came into view, she leaned forward in her seat, and from the expression on her face I could see that she was enchanted. Pretty sight, isn't it? I asked, and when she turned to me, I saw wonder and excitement in her eyes. It's all just so beautiful, it looks unreal, she exclaimed. I think it is one of the most beautiful places on earth, I said, and she nodded and stared out the window again. Look at the color of the sea against the beach, the turquoise water and pink sand, it is spectacular, she said, and I smiled, pleased that she was becoming the Scout that I had come to know again. We landed and were met at the airport by a staff member from the resort in one of its signature golf carts. I love the ride that you chose for us, she said and winked at me. Surprised, are you? I asked, and she giggled and nodded. You bet. It's getting better by the minute, she said. I guess I can expect a boat ride next, and that would just make my day, she joked. In that case, your day is made because the boat is waiting in the harbor as we speak. Golf carts and boats are the modes of transport around the island, I said. I love that, she cried and spread her arms wide. She was almost childlike in her excitement, and I couldn't be happier. We were taken to the harbor in Dunmore, the quaint, pastel-painted little town a short boat ride away from the resort, to board the resort transfer ferry. Like with all my resorts, the one at Harbor Island was also designed to blend in with the natural beauty of the surroundings, and all that could be seen as you approached the marina adjacent to the resort's private beach was the quaint pastel-colored wharf and matching private dock amidst palm trees. Verdant hills in the background completed the picture. "It looks like a postcard," Scout said softly and covered her mouth with her hands as we pulled up against the dock. We followed the palm-lined pathway that led from the beach and Scout stopped when the resort came into view. It was nestled at the foot of the hill, and the main building had a veranda that spanned the entire width of the building, with a huge wraparound swimming pool. It featured 2 swim-up bars and a little island to the one side with an authentic-looking waterfall. Scout was clearly impressed, and my chest swelled with pride. I led her to my private villa that was set far enough away from the main building to escape the noise from the partygoers. The architects went all out and created the masterpiece where Scout and I would be staying. It was situated on slightly higher ground with magnificent ocean views. "Once again, I am at a complete loss for words," Scout said when we got there. "It is so beautiful, it feels almost unreal," she said, when we walked onto the deck with its private infinity pool. "From here you cannot see where the pool ends and the ocean begins," she said, with a dreamy look in her eyes. "It is special, and I think this may be where I'm going to retire one day." "Do you think the McGees will like it?" I asked, and saw a flicker of anxiety creep into Scout's eyes again. "I guess we'll find out soon enough. Let me take you to your room. You can rest a while and maybe take a nap while I go and check on the staff," I suggested. I hoped a rest would help. She didn't seem firm in her decision as much as she liked the island and the resort. After I did my rounds and went to the pool to check up on upgrades, an all too familiar figure came walking up towards me. Naomi was on high heels, swaying her hips like the model she was, displaying her body in a string bikini. She looked hot, but she had nothing on Scout, I thought. She put her arms around my neck and kissed me on the cheek. "I have no idea what that was for, and even less what you are doing here," I said, and pushed her away gently. "Oh Trent, I have always loved this resort best of all your properties," she said, and moved her sunglasses to the top of her head seductively. "In fact, more than any resort I've stayed at around in the world, including Grayson's." She flicked her hair back. "You had your chance, Naomi, and your charms aren't going to work on me again," I said. "You know me well enough to know that I'm not stupid, and I can see right through you. You are playing me, trying to distract me so that Grayson can close the deal." "It's not working," I said, and her face fell. She took me by the arm and dragged me to a cabana next to the pool. "Things are not going well between me and Grayson, Trent," she said. "I'm sorry, Naomi, but I don't know what you expect me to do with that unnecessary piece of information," I said, and she looked shocked. "Don't you miss me? I regret breaking up with you every single day. Life has just not been the same since we split up," she said, and looked at me with tears in her eyes. "I've been waiting for a moment to get you alone since I heard that your engagement to Scout is not real. Please give me another chance," she pleaded, and I saw a tear trickle down her cheek. I felt nothing, only pity, but she walked into my arms and I hugged her. It was a friendly hug from my side, I just hoped it would make her feel better. I pulled away and dried her tears. "You'll be fine, I know that," I said, and she looked into my eyes. "You've got everything going for you, you'll land on your feet again, but it won't be with me," I said, and she stretched her eyes. "What do you mean?" she asked. "What we had is over, Naomi, and it will never be the same. I have moved on, and I suggest you do the same," I said. "You may say you moved on, but you're not really engaged to Scout," she said indignantly. "So how have you moved on?" "She was just playing a part, and there is nothing between you," she said. "I'm sorry to have to break it to you, but that's as far from the truth as your so-called regret about our breakup," I said, and she stepped back and put a hand on her chest, as if I had slapped her. "I am very much into Scout, Naomi, even if our engagement isn't real," I said, and her jaw dropped. "She means the world to me, and I am going to do everything in my power to keep her," I said, and at that, Naomi's face turned hard. "It won't end well," she said maliciously. It was a light bulb moment. She didn't care for me at all and had cried crocodile tears. If anybody was faking to be someone or something she was not, it was Naomi. I would never believe a word she said again. More importantly, I realized that I hadn't pretended I cared for Scout, I really did. I turned on my heel and left to get back to the villa. I wanted to be with Scout, an honest, genuine woman with real feelings and emotions. I thanked my lucky stars that Grayson had intervened and lured Naomi away from me. They deserved each other, and I never wanted her near me again. When I got back, I found Scout on the deck in a lounge staring at the ocean. She was so beautiful. All I wanted to do at that moment was to take her in my arms and carry her to the bedroom, but I was afraid it was too soon, so I held back. Beautiful view, isn't it? I asked, and she smiled when she looked at me. The sky is so clear here, the ocean so calm, it must be close to heaven, she said, and I walked over and kissed her on the cheek. It was as much as I allowed myself to do.
Chapter 4. I was mesmerized. I didn't think that any place on earth could be as beautiful as this island that I found myself on. The beach, the wharf, the dock and resort buildings, everything was picturesque, and I buried the images in my mind to dig up later. Of course, I had heard about pink sand beaches, but I couldn't have imagined what it looked like in real life. It was really pink, and the later it became, the deeper the hue. The villa was breathtaking. Every room had picture windows with uninterrupted sea views. The finishes were modern, clean, and very upmarket. I didn't even want to think how much I would have to fork out just to spend a day there, let alone one night. The furniture suited the tropical environment, subtle but obviously expensive. The deck with the private pool was the cherry on top. It was thoughtful of Trent to give me some time to myself after we settled into his villa. I was overwhelmed by the beauty of my surroundings, but at the same time anxious over the upcoming dinner with the McGees. I took the time on my own to unpack a few things that needed hanging, and then headed to the deck. I couldn't get enough of the scenery. When Trent returned, I knew I would have to face the McGees soon, and I was nervous. The mere thought filled me with dread. "Enjoying the scenery?" Trent asked, and sat down on the chair next to mine. "Gosh, I've just been drinking it in, and I'll never get enough of it," I said and smiled at him. "I hate to burst your bubble, but it's almost time for dinner," Trent said and sighed. "I know." I tried not to think about it, but not looking at my watch doesn't stop the time, so I'll go and get ready. "Don't worry, I'll be ready on time," I said, and went to my room. We didn't go to the main building. Instead, he took me to a charming patio in the garden close to the beach. There was one table set for 4, and lanterns were placed on the lawn around the patio. Trent had gone out of his way to ensure that we wouldn't be disturbed by Grayson and Naomi again. Angus and Dund were already there, and staff members were serving them with drinks and pre-dinner snacks when we arrived. They smiled when they saw us, but the tension in the air was palpable. "Hi there, it's good to see that you've got something to drink. I hope you haven't waited too long for us?" Trent asked, and Angus shook his head. "Not at all, we just got here and a friendly staff welcomed us with drinks and snacks," Angus said approvingly. "Hi guys," I said, and they nodded in greeting. "Let's take our seats and get comfortable," Trent said, and pulled Dund's chair back for her, then mine. I decided to bite the bullet and break the tension. Please believe me when I say I feel terrible about what happened. I am so relieved that it's all out in the open now and just hope we'll be able to put it behind us and enjoy the evening," I said. Not ready to face the music, I kept talking. "Trent told me that he explained everything to you, but I just wanted to tell you why I agreed to act as his fiancée from my side," I said, and Ann nodded. "I desperately want to start a charity for young girls who are at risk, but I was met with obstacles everywhere I tried to get funding," I explained. I knew it was a long shot, but I decided to just go knocking on people's doors in the hope that I would find someone who would be willing to donate. Trent made an incredibly generous offer, but I was hesitant at first. I hate lying to people, and that's what held me back. I only agreed because I know what a big difference the money can make, I said, and saw Angus sit back a bit as his eyes softened. I am really ashamed because I like you both so much, and I only hope you will forgive us, I said. I've gotten to know Trent well, and I want you to know that he is a very good man who just made a bad decision. He deserves a second chance, and I don't believe anyone can do a better job than him, I said with conviction. I understand, Anne said, and patted my hand. It is difficult out there, and I admire your passion for your cause. I hope you succeed because you will make a difference and change the lives of a lot of girls, she said. We'll start tonight with a clean slate, right Angus? She asked, and Angus nodded. I agree, my dear. You are a good judge of character, and if you're happy, I'm happy, he said. Besides, it is clear that you know your business, Trent, and I like that, he said, as Trent raised his glass. Thank you, Angus, I consider that a huge compliment, Trent said, and we all clinked glasses. I took a sip of my wine and sat back in my chair. The tension was gone, and for the first time since we got to the magical island, I could finally relax and begin to enjoy the experience. Now, since you're on the island, I want to give you the full experience, so I am planning a beach and spa day for tomorrow if that's okay with you, Trent said, and looked at the McGees expectantly. Angus laughed his deep, hearty laugh and looked at Anne. What do you say, Annie? Are you up to a day on the beach? I can't remember the last time we had a chance to do that, he said, and smiled warmly. I'm not sure that I'll do the swimming thing, but the beach is so beautiful, I'd love that. As long as there's enough shade, she warned and pointed a finger at Trent. Let's just say I don't want you to leave looking like crabs, so I'll see if I can dig out a little beach umbrella, he teased. Now the spa thing, I'm not so sure about, Angus said, and raised one eyebrow at Trent. Trust me, it will be an experience never to be forgotten, Trent said. I especially wanted to show you our spa here since your blue sky property has a natural hot spring, so this would give you an idea of what I have in mind, he continued. We make use of a local mineral water aquifer here, but you have a golden opportunity for a unique, sought-after spa using the spring water, he said, and I could see Angus was listening very intently, his interest piqued. I understand all that, but it sounds very technical. I can't wait for the pampering, I said too, and who agreed and laughed along with me. The next morning, we met at the spa for the treatments Trent had booked for us. Soft classical music played in the background and the scent of aromatic oils filled my nostrils when we entered. The spa itself, like everything else I had seen so far, was indescribably beautiful. We were taken to a room with a view over a waterfall. The pampering began with facial treatments. The four of us were seated in recliners, and soon our faces were covered with face masks and our eyes with cucumbers. We were in comfortable robes, and I couldn't remember when last I felt so relaxed. I am more than impressed, Trent. I have never had a spa treatment like this before, Anne said. I couldn't understand why men would feel the need for a spa treatment, Angus said. I've certainly never had one before, never even considered it, but I am beginning to see and feel the benefit, he said, and I giggled. I cannot say that I don't find it funny to see masculine men like the two of you with face masks and cucumbers over your eyes. I have only ever seen it in movies. I teased, and Angus groaned. Just don't take a picture, I don't want my grandson to see me like this, he said, and patted Anne's hand. Two women walked in and announced that it was time for our couple's massage. This sounds good, Angus said, and winked at me before he followed and their masseuse. The other masseuse beckoned for us to follow, and I frowned and tilted my head. We were not a couple, but Trent had made all the bookings and the implication was that he saw us as a couple. Am I reading too much into this? We made ourselves comfortable on the beds and they started with the massages. I forced my body to relax and tried to block all thoughts from my mind when Trent reached over and took my hand in his. It was an intimate gesture, and he did it in the presence of the masseuse. It could only mean what I hoped it did. That there was a chance for us after all.
Chapter 5. Scout had a way with people that astounded me. She had managed to clear the air between us and the McGees completely, and everyone she met seemed to be taken with her. I could see that even the staff respected and liked her, by the way they smiled and greeted her whenever she made an appearance. Things were looking up and I felt more and more confident. Angus had come around and was his normal self again, and seemed to be enjoying herself in Scout's company, and I could see that Scout was opening up towards me again. After the spa session, we arranged to meet the McGees at the beach bar in an hour, and we went back to the villa to change. "You really spoiled us this morning, Trent. We had the full Monty, and it was wow," Scout said as we left the spa. Even Angus enjoyed himself. He seemed very apprehensive when they got there, but I think he was more embarrassed than anything else, she said, and I grinned. Yes, the poor man was clearly out of his comfort zone, I said, and she laughed. We changed and headed to the beach bar where we found Angus and Anne, each with a pina colada in hand. "That was exactly what I had in mind for you as part of the full island experience," I told Angus and pointed to the cocktail. "I thought so. Sorry that I jumped the gun, but I needed it after the spa treatments this morning," Angus said, and pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. "It was not exactly a gym session, dear," and mocked. "Don't give Trent any ideas. I'd take another spa session before one in the gym any day," he said, and we all laughed. "Bring the drinks and let's hit the beach," I said, and took them to a cabana I had reserved for our use. "Enough shade for you, Anne?" I asked, and she smiled happily. "It will do, thank you," she said, and made herself comfortable on a lounger. I decided to trade the beach umbrella for a cabana, I teased, and Annie raised her glass. I signaled a staff member and ordered cocktails for myself and Scout, and refills for the McGees. "No work today, just play," I said to Angus, who had just finished his cocktail. "People come here to get away from it all, and because of the scuba diving and water sports," I told my guests. "There is a beautiful unspoiled reef not far from our beach, but of course we take them out further if they want to go," I said. "The water sports center is next to the dock building, and we cater for all kinds of water sports imaginable. Guests fly in, so very few bring their own equipment, like scuba gear for instance," I told them. "You can go parasailing, kiteboarding, get a paddle board, or go for a ride on a jet ski. Just pick your poison," I said, but Angus laughed me off. "No thanks, young man, I've had enough excitement for one day," he said. "I feel far too relaxed after the spa treatments, and will leave that to you. The view from the lounger with a cocktail is more than enough for me," he said. "That's fine, Angus. It's whatever you want to do." "Mind you, I could see myself spending a few hours at the beach bar," he said, and grinned at Anne. "Oh no, you won't," she said. "I need some protection from the men around here," she said, and covered herself with her towel. We had a good laugh and enjoyed our cocktails with the McGees. "Do you hear that?" Scout asked me, and we all looked at her questioningly. "The ocean is calling, and I've ignored it for far too long. Are you joining me, Mr. Lockhart?" Scout asked, and the McGees burst out laughing. "You can twist my arm," I said, and Scout took off her robe to reveal a cute bikini. "Consider it twisted," I said, and Angus winked at me. "So, what are you waiting for?" she asked, and started running towards the water. "Excuse me folks, I can't let the lady wait," I replied and chased after her. Scout dived head first into the water, and I was right on her heels. I dived in and caught her by the ankles, and she came up for air and squealed. She reached up, grabbed me by the hair and dunked my head under the water. It was my turn to come up for air, and she dived back in and tried to swim away from me. I grabbed her foot and pulled her back towards me. "You're not getting away from me so easily," I laughed and pulled her against me. She wriggled herself out of my grip, gave me that endearing, impish smile and disappeared under the water again. I dove in, caught her around the waist, and we swam together for a few minutes until we were out of breath. We broke out of the water, gasped for air, and I wiped the hair from her face. "You are beautiful," I said, but she pulled away playfully. "Catch me if you can," she whooped and disappeared again. She moved quickly, and when I caught her, she relaxed against me, and we floated together. I was happier and more relaxed than I've ever been. We spent the rest of the afternoon with the McGees on the beach and cooled off in the ocean every now and again. By late afternoon and before the sun started setting, I decided to call it a day. "For tonight I have arranged a surprise for you," I said to the McGees. "You two are going to have a romantic dinner on the balcony of your suite. As much as we enjoy spending time with you, I thought that you might like some time to yourselves, and the staff has strict instructions to see to your every need," I said. "How thoughtful of you, Trent," Anne said, and placed her hand on her husband's. "You know just what I need, Trent. The last thing I feel like doing is dressing up for another fancy dinner tonight," Angus said with a big smile. As we gathered our things, Scout gave Anne a warm hug and we said goodbye. On the way back from the beach, I took Scout's hand as if it was the most natural thing in the world. We got back to the villa and Scout's eyes went wide when she walked onto the deck. My instructions had been followed to a T. There was a table for two set beside the pool, and the deck was decorated with fuchsia bougainvillea and candles. "Am I dreaming?" "Please don't wake me up," Scout mumbled, and I pulled her against me. "It looks like a movie scene," she said, and looked at me, her eyes filled with wonder. It worked. I wanted to romance her, to make her see how good it could be between us. She went inside to freshen up while I opened the bottle of champagne that was ready and chilled in the cooler. "You never cease to amaze me," she said, when she returned. "Only the best for you," I said, and handed her a glass of champagne. We sat down at the table. My butler discreetly served dinner as the sun was setting, changing the color of the beach sand to an even deeper shade of pink. "Thank you, Trent, for everything," she said, and gave me a warm smile. "Nothing could give me greater pleasure." "Let's go for a walk on the beach. I want to show you my special cove," I said. The sand had cooled off, and it massaged our feet as we made our way to where the water spilled onto the sand. I took Scout's hand while we walked down the beach in the shallow water. The moon was rising, it was round and full and worked its magic. I stopped, Scout looked up at me and I kissed her. Gently at first, but it intensified when she kissed me back passionately. Her hands circled my neck and she curled her fingers through my hair. I pulled her closer and kissed her deeper, harder until she moaned softly. I was hard, my legs felt weak and I broke the embrace, took her by the hand and we rushed back to the villa, hand in hand. By the time we got there, I was out of breath. We fell on the daybed next to the pool, and I ripped her bikini top off, cupped her breast in my hand and sucked her nipple hungrily. She pressed my head closer against her and arched her hips, pushing herself against me. I trailed my hand over her soft, smooth body, down her hips until I touched the bikini bottom. She groaned in my ear when I pushed it down and my fingers found her wet and warm pussy. I started rubbing her and she opened her legs wider, gasping in anticipation.
Chapter 6. I couldn't bear it any longer. I was intoxicated by his masculine scent, the taste of the champagne on his lips and his hands and fingers that played, stroked, rubbed all over my body. At that moment I didn't care whether his feelings for me were real. Mine were real as his muscular body against mine and the sound of the ocean around us. I wanted to give myself to him, every inch of it, and wanted as much of him as I could get for as long as I could get it. My body ached for him, his mouth and his tongue inflamed me, and I reached down and felt how hard he was for me. I took him, rubbed him against me, and opened my legs wider for him. I wanted him to take me right then, right there, and gasped in relief when he entered, warm and hard inside me. I felt his heart beating fast against mine, his breath hot on my neck, and we moved together faster and harder until it happened, the exquisite explosion that took my breath away and left me panting and sweaty under him. He rolled off me, kissed me softly on the tip of my nose, and pulled me against him. I nestled my head in his armpit and closed my eyes. It was perfect. Trent stirred, and when I opened my eyes, I looked right into his. "Do you know how beautiful you are?" he asked, and I crinkled my nose and smiled. "Never thought of myself that way, but I like to hear that you think so," I said, then closed my eyes and relaxed for a bit. "That water looks very inviting. Would you like to cool off with me?" I asked, and he grinned. "I like everything with you, and why not?" he said, and we got up for a skinny dip under the bright, full moon. The lukewarm water soothed our bodies, and I swam to the edge of the pool. I leaned against it to watch the ocean, and Trent came up behind me and folded his arms around my waist. He nuzzled my neck, and I felt him growing again. I turned around into his arms, and we kissed slowly, tasting, smelling, enjoying each other. Trent pulled away, lifted me up, and carried me out of the pool and to his bedroom. We dried each other and lay down on the bed. We were both ready again, and I melted into him. Nothing else mattered, just the two of us and our bodies that couldn't get enough of each other. Trent woke me up with a kiss on my cheek. "Good morning, my sleeping beauty," he whispered. "I hate to pull you out of what was obviously a pleasant dream, but duty calls. It's time to get that magnificent body in the shower because the McGees are waiting," he said, with a bright smile. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, stretched out, and smiled back at him. He was already dressed and looked fresh and energetic. He was such a hunk, it was no wonder I melted like an ice cube every time he touched me. "Yes, master, do you see that flash? That's me, running to the shower. I'll be ready before you know it," I said, and streaked to the bathroom. "I'll have coffee waiting by the pool," he called after me. It was another perfect day, and I thought to myself it was like being awake in a dream. An exotic dream that I didn't want to end. I wanted to hang on to it and never let it go. Showering quickly, I dressed appropriately in island-style shorts and a light, bright floral top. I looked forward to another exciting day in paradise. "Wow," Trent said, when I joined him on the deck. "I hope it's me, and not just the island that has such an effect on you," he teased. "I didn't think it was possible, but you're prettier than ever," he said, and I basked in the moment and the emotions he evoked in me. We finished our coffee and headed to the main building where we found the McGees on the patio. "Morning, guys. Did you enjoy your evening?" Trent said in greeting. "That may have been the best idea you've come up with so far," Angus said, as he greeted us warmly. "It was beautiful and the food superb, Trent." Anne said. "And you are prettier than ever, Scout, the island is agreeing with you," she said. I felt the blood rush to my face. "Thank you, and I have never felt better," I said, and gave her a wide smile. I couldn't seem to get it off my face. We followed Trent to the breakfast room where a huge buffet was set up, and went to his private table that was set away from the others and had a magnificent view of the beach and the ocean. Breakfast was pleasant, the conversation light and easy, and the McGees couldn't stop complimenting Trent on the resort and its facilities. I was just thinking how nice it was that Grayson was not there to spoil the morning when he walked in. "Good morning," he said, when he got to our table in a self-assured manner. "I see you've had breakfast already, so I guess you're ready to trade up to a real resort," he said to the McGees. Arrogant son of a bitch. I wished that I could wipe the smirk from his face. Angus shook his head, then frowned at him, but nodded and indicated to and that they should go. "Excuse me, Scout, I want to go and arrange with the concierge to send porters to help with their bags," Trent said, and left me alone at the table with Grayson. "Great," Grayson said, once we were alone. "I'm actually glad that I have a moment alone with you," he said, and pulled up the chair next to me. I found it hard to hide my irritation. I didn't want a moment with him at all, especially not alone. "There is something you should see," he said, and placed a couple of photos on the table in front of me. I was about to say that I wasn't interested, but the top picture was one of Trent hugging Naomi in one of the cabanas by the pool at the resort, and I stared at it. A sudden coldness washed over me and I pulled in my breath. I didn't want Grayson to see how shocked I was, but I couldn't help it. It could only have happened when he suggested that I take a nap shortly after we arrived, when he said he wanted to check up on things at the resort. He apparently checked up on things, alright, but from the picture it wasn't on the resort but on his ex, the one that supposedly meant nothing to him. Trent is playing games, Scout, Grayson said solemnly. I didn't look at him and kept staring at the photo. How could he? I felt nauseous and couldn't think rationally. That's Trent's way. He uses people, like he is using you right now. Once he gets what he wants, he will toss you aside as well, he said, and covered my hand with his. That is the big difference between Trent and me. I know how to treat a lady, and I am very attracted to you, he said, and I stiffened in my chair. I know we haven't known each other long, but in the short time since we met, I have developed feelings for you. I will treat you well, Scout, he said. I don't think you know the meaning of the word. What about your fiancée? I asked, my eyes wide in shock. He pointed at the pictures, and wore a deep frown. Isn't it clear that she is unfaithful to me? She cares only about herself and wants to go back to Trent, and based on that top photo, he doesn't seem unwilling to take her back, he said, and leaned back in his chair. Besides, we have grown apart the last couple of months. Since I've gotten to know you, I realized that she's not the woman for me, he said. I can't believe what I'm hearing right now, I said, and rolled my eyes. What makes you think that I would fall for you? You're an entitled prick who'd do anything to beat Trent, and I've had about as much as I can take, I said, meaning every word. Take your scandalous behavior elsewhere, I am not interested in either of you. I'd rather date an honest bus driver than a billionaire without morals, I said indignantly, then gathered the photos and stormed out of the breakfast room. I headed back to the villa as fast as my legs would take me. Nothing Trent could do would stop me. What I saw in the photos made me sick to my stomach, and all I wanted to do at that moment was to get as far away from Trent, the island, and everything associated with him as fast as I possibly could.
Chapter 7. I had done what I could and was happy that I'd managed to restore my relationship with the McGees. They had a good time with us on the island, and I was fairly certain I still had a chance to clinch the deal. After making all the necessary arrangements, I went back to the breakfast room to fetch Scout. I planned to take her out on the boat to a nearby island for the day, but she wasn't there. Do you know where Scout went? I asked a waitress that was busy clearing the tables. She rushed out of here a while ago, that way, she said, and pointed in the direction of the villa. Frowning, I headed back there, but didn't see her. I called out but she didn't reply, so I went to her bedroom only to find her packing. Again. What the? Hi Scout, we're not leaving yet. I thought we'd enjoy the tropics for another day or two. I've got a boat waiting and ready to take us out for the day, I said, but froze when she looked up, and I saw the expression on her face. What's wrong, honey? I asked, totally confused. I'm not staying. I want to get home as soon as possible, meaning today, she said. I just stared at her, unable to get my mind around it. I'm going back to San Francisco. Will you arrange the jet for me or should I just book a ticket on an airline? She asked, her eyes cold and distant. Something was seriously wrong here. I shook my head, frowned and swiped my hand through my hair. Everything was perfect, we'd had the most beautiful night together, and I was looking forward to spending the day with her. She couldn't just walk away. What happened? I left you alone for a few minutes and here you are packing again. I need some sort of an explanation, I said, and moved towards her. She handed me a stack of photos. What the fuck? Grayson again. You are reading too much into this, I started, but she turned away from me and continued packing. Please let me explain? I pleaded, but she didn't look up. Naomi was upset and emotional because she said things were not working out between her and Grayson. I just told her that she'd be okay. I don't want her in my life, like I have told you before. Why don't you believe me? I asked, desperate to get through to her. I'm sick and tired of all the games, she said vehemently. You keep telling me that it's over between you and Naomi, but Grayson said she wants to get back with you, she said. You're just using me to get back at him, and I am tired of being plaything that will be discarded once this is all over, and you no longer have a use for me, she said, and slammed her bag shut. I am not playing games with you or anybody else, I said. This is just Grayson at his best, trying to drive a wedge between us to throw me off balance, you know that, I said, but she was not moved and looked at me indignantly. I don't want to hear any of it. You went off and canoodled with Naomi behind my back, and Grayson, who is supposedly engaged to Naomi, propositioned me, she said, and I drew in my breath and narrowed my eyes. I am not putting up with any of it a moment longer. Are you going to call the jet, or should I book a ticket out of here, she asked. I stormed out of the villa. To hear that Grayson came onto Scout was too much, and I was ready to wring his arrogant neck. Though I managed to get a grip on my anger and frustration on the way to Grayson's resort, I was determined to put an end to his games, and to put him in his place once and for all. I found him showing off the outrageous, state-of-the-art gym at his resort to the McGees. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to have a few words with Grayson in private, if you don't mind, I said politely, and they nodded. The moment we got out of the gym and into the hallway, I let it rip. You have gone too far this time, Grimes. What the hell were you thinking, propositioning Scout the moment I turned my back? I asked heatedly, but he just shrugged and waved an arm as if in dismissal. Oh, don't play the jealous boyfriend with me now. You have both admitted there is nothing between you, so what are you so worked up about? He sneered at me. Last I heard you were planning your wedding, and here you are zooming in on Scout. You're an unfaithful son of a bitch and must be insane to think that you have a chance with a great girl like her, I said. How will she fit into your plan with your fiancée still hanging around anyway? I asked, but he waved me off again. I have only one plan, and that is to score this deal, he said smugly. You seem to forget that we made a deal not to play dirty, yet you went out of your way to catch me in a compromising situation with Naomi, and took pictures you couldn't wait to show Scout, I said, my anger level rising rapidly. And you're pretending to be honest and innocent, the real gentleman, yet you couldn't let the opportunity pass to embrace her in full view of everyone around the pool, he said accusingly. I only gave her a hug to comfort her because she was unhappy and crying about your relationship that was turning sour, I said. That's not what it looked like, he said, unperturbed. It was you who put her up to it, I said. You sent Naomi to play on my sympathies and then told Scout that we were getting back together. That's just not true, and you damn well know it, I said indignantly. You know what, Trent, I really don't care. It doesn't matter to me whether it's true or not. The only thing that matters to me right now is to win, and I will do whatever it takes to see that I score this one, he said, in a self-assured manner. And the only thing that matters to me now is Scout. We only admitted that we're not really engaged, not that there is nothing between us, I said. The way things stand now, I don't even care about the deal, all I care about is Scout, who is hurting because of your lies and deceit. You are disgusting, I said. In that case you should withdraw your pitch, it's that simple, Grayson said, with a smirk. Believe me, I will, but before I do, I will make sure that the McGees know exactly what type of man they are dealing with. You've got another thing coming if you believe that you even stand a chance with a man like Angus McGee, I said. No need, Trent, Angus said, from behind me. I heard it all. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I was on my way to fetch something for Anne and couldn't help but overhear the argument, he said directly to Grayson. Now hold on just a second, I swear it's not as bad as it sounds, Grayson stammered. It's just a big misunderstanding. We were just, he continued, but Angus interrupted him. I heard enough, Grayson. You just admitted that you broke your promise of fair play, and I despise that, he said, in a no-nonsense manner. There is no way that I would venture into business with someone who doesn't honor his word, so as far as I'm concerned you needn't continue with the tour of the resort because nothing you can do or show me now will change my mind, he said assertively. Grayson looked like a deer caught in headlights. I allowed myself a moment of intense satisfaction, but concern for Scout overshadowed it. I am sorry, Angus, about everything. I desperately want the opportunity to develop Big Sky, but after everything that's happened, I think you deserve someone better than either one of us, I said sincerely. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to get back to Scout. She was terribly upset and is my first priority right now, I said and left. On the way back, all I could think of was Scout and how I could stop her from leaving. I realized that I meant every word when I told Grayson that I'd withdraw my pitch. The only pitch that was important to me now was the one that I was facing with Scout, and I knew it was going to be the most challenging and important one of my life. I loved her and wanted to spend the rest of my life with her.
Chapter 8. What I had feared most and tried to guard my heart against had just happened. Trent had turned around and left me without looking back. My limbs felt heavy and I sat down on the bed. I looked around the room and thought about how differently I had hoped it would turn out. Grayson had shattered the dream that I had just started to allow myself to believe might be real, and I hated him for it. He was despicable. The thought that Trent had just used me, as Grayson suggested, made me feel cheap, but I still couldn't believe it. I didn't know him that well yet, but he was more decent and sincere than that, wasn't he? How could I have been so stupid? I still felt as if I was awake in the midst of a dream, but it had turned into a nightmare. I didn't think that even on a monster roller coaster you could experience so many highs and so many lows on one ride. Last night I lived through the highest high I have ever experienced, and suddenly I was at the lowest point of my life. I didn't even want to think about the road that lay ahead of me because I didn't know how I was going to get through it. Burying my head in my hands, I gave in to my emotions. Hot tears spilled from my eyes and rolled down my cheeks to my lips, where I tasted the saltiness. It was unbearable. I didn't want to leave, but I couldn't stay because it would break me completely. I had to walk away from Trent and bury him and my feelings somewhere deep inside me. Maybe I would find the courage to revisit this time I'd shared with him one day, but that wouldn't be soon. Get a life, Scout. I couldn't give in to what my body wanted, to just curl into a tight crying ball on the bed, and instead got up and reached for my phone. Finding a way to get off the island was my priority, and I started searching for a flight that afternoon. The prices were astronomical, and I threw my phone down in despair. There was no sign of Trent yet, so obviously I couldn't rely on him to send me home on the jet. The reason I hadn't been to the Bahamas was exactly that, because it was so expensive. I would have to use the little savings I had just to get home. The tears were welling up again, so I went to the bathroom to wash my face. There would be more than enough time for crying and mourning once I was back home. I had to gather myself and get my things together. I decided to take a taxi to the airport and throw myself on the mercy of the airline personnel. Maybe someone there would help me find an affordable flight. Trying to hold it together, I forced myself to shower, get dressed and finish packing. I called a porter to help me with my baggage, then walked to the lobby where I'd intended to ask the staff to hail me a cab, when suddenly Trent appeared. He rushed up to me, looking flustered, his eyes wide in concern. "Where are you going?" he asked. "I'm going to the airport," I said, and he took a step back. "You left in such a hurry. I didn't know where you went or when you planned to get back." "I told you I was going home today, and that's exactly what I'm doing," I said, and started walking. "Whoa, hold on a minute," he said, and took me by my arm to stop me. "I went to see Grayson," he said, and I cocked my head and frowned at him. "I was beyond mad when you told me that he made a pass at you, and more so because of the lies he fed you," he said. "I'd had enough of his arrogance and unacceptable behavior, and I went to tell him just that," he said assertively. "I don't really care about Grayson and," I said, but Trent interrupted me. "Please, just hear me out. I am hoping you will change your mind if you hear what happened," he said. As it turned out, Angus overheard him when he admitted that he only cared about scoring the deal, even if it meant going against the fair play agreement, he explained. I told him that I didn't care about the deal any longer, Scout, and I meant it. I even told Angus that he'd probably be better off without either of us, he said. In that case, it truly is the end of our agreement as well, and there is no reason for me to stick around any longer, I shrugged. At this point, I don't even care if you don't stick to your end of the bargain and withdraw the donation, I said and let out a deep sigh. I just want this whole mess to be over with. That is one thing I will never do, Trent said, and shook his head vehemently. I agreed to make the donation whether I got the deal or not, and I am not going to back away now, he said. Scout, all I ask of you is to come back to the villa with me so that we can talk this through, he pleaded, and I hesitated. The look of anguish that crossed his face matched my own, and I felt myself crumbling again under his gaze. I nodded, and we walked back to the villa together. I have realized that I care far more about you than any deal, he said, while he pulled chairs out for us to sit on out on the deck. Up until now, all that mattered in my life was work, business, and winning bigger and bigger deals, he said. The only reason I fell for Naomi in the first place was because she was beautiful and classy, the kind of woman I thought would fit into my wealthy world, he said, his eyes focused on an empty space in the air between us. He turned his gaze to me again and our eyes locked, and there was an intense look in his. Ironically, I realized how little I've really ever felt for her when that photo was taken. I never had a fraction of the feeling that I have for you, for Naomi, not for a moment, he said. You have really opened my eyes this past week, and I've seen how superficial and meaningless it all really is, he said, and took both of my hands in his. I had the best, most exciting, fun time in my life the last couple of days, he said, and it had nothing to do with the deal, he said, and his lips started spreading into a slow smile. It was you, Scout. It was all about you. His expression was so intense, I couldn't look away. I can't let you go, he said, and tightened his grip on my hands. You are the one who fits into my world, not the supermodel, but you, the gorgeous little social worker, he said, and I inhaled sharply. My stomach made a somersault that must have hit my heart and flipped a switch, because it started jumping around uncontrollably. He finally said the words that I'd been waiting to hear. The ones I needed to hear to make me stay. He got up, pulled me up from my chair, and cupped my face in his hands. I'm not letting you go, he said, and tilting my chin up, he bowed his head down to let his mouth find mine, and pulled me into a tight, warm embrace. His mouth insistently parted my lips, and it sent exquisite tremors through my body. My legs felt weak, and I leaned against him and felt the heavy beating of his heart against mine. I inhaled the masculine scent that I had come to know so well, and I reached up to run my fingers along his cheek, to the back of his neck. The stubble on his face felt like sandpaper under my palm and excited me so that I groaned softly. He pulled away just enough to slip his hand under my top and touched my breast gently, his fingers pinching and pulling playfully on my nipple. There was a heaviness between my thighs, and waves of warmth that spread through every inch of my body. "Oh, Trent," I whispered, when he pulled his head back and moved his lips to my neck, down my chest, to encircle my breast. His breath felt like feathers stroking my skin, and his lips were wet and warm, caressing me while his tongue played with my erect nipples. I moaned, and he carried me to his bedroom. He lay me down on the bed tenderly, like he would a sleepy baby, and looked deep into my eyes. "Never, ever leave me," he urged me. I helped him to remove my top, and he inched his fingers down my belly to the shorts that he pulled off swiftly. Lying on the bed, I was exposed to him only in my panties, and he leaned down and moved his mouth from breast to breast, kissing and licking, and kissing some more, then down until he reached my wet warmness and kissed me through the lace. I was lost in his tender exploration of every inch of my body, and I wanted him more at that moment than ever before. "You are the most beautiful creature," he whispered in my ear while removing his shirt. He slipped his shorts off, lay down next to me, and pressed his hardness against me. He pushed his hand into my panties and I gasped when he touched me. His fingers played, stroked and rubbed me lightly and I arched my back, lifting, giving myself to him. He pushed the panties down and I moved my hand down and touched him. I folded my fingers around him and he let out a deep groan. I guided him to me and he thrust into me, deep, hard and hot. I was overcome with desire and passion and moved with him wildly, frantically until we reached the ultimate peak that sent sparks through my body to my toes, and we convulsed in unison. It left me dizzy and weak, but satisfied, physically and emotionally.
Chapter 9. My desire for Scout was about more than sexual pleasure. I wanted to be so close to her, so connected to her that she became part of me. She was breathtaking and I wanted to please her, to show her how deep my feelings for her really were. She was all I wanted and needed, and I knew that I'd never want another woman the way I wanted her. She was not a plaything, but a real woman with real feelings, and she brought out to the best in me. She made me see what life was all about, and it was much more than I'd ever experienced so far. My love-making to her was like worship in a way. I didn't want to rush it, but to caress and comfort her, to make her feel loved and wanted. The way she reacted to my touch awakened something in me that I had never experienced before. When she opened up to me, my cock just wanted to sail into the depths of her, but I held back, because I wanted to know her body like my own. Every inch of it. I let my mouth trail down her body and licked and tasted her white, smooth skin that felt satiny under my touch. She moaned and writhed under me, and when she folded her slim, warm hand around me and guided me to her wet and waiting opening, I couldn't hold back any longer and plunged into her. It was passionate, emotional and intense, and I went faster and harder, her body moving with mine, and then the explosion came that rocked my body and my world. I didn't want to let go of her, and lay inside her, breathing her in and holding her tight. That moment I knew she was my woman. Scout wriggled and looked up to me. Her eyes were soft, and I kissed her delicate lips. She pulled away just a little and looked into my eyes. "It seems as if I'm staying after all," she said, and a small smile spread over her face. "You better. There is no way I'm letting you go. You belong with me," I said, and pulled her tight against me again. She stroked my chest softly and combed her fingers through the short curly hair. "But how can we be sure it will work, Trent?" she asked. "We are so different. Our lives are so different. I come from a simple, working-class background. In my world, most of my friends have 9-to-5 jobs, some even work 2 jobs just to keep food on the table," she said. "I understand, but we are still all just people with hopes and dreams, and although money makes life easier, it doesn't change that," I said. "Sure, but it does change the way we live, the circles we move in, and the things we do," she said. "Look at you. You're like a celebrity. You live in a mansion in the most prestigious suburb in San Francisco. You don't have to think twice if you want or need to buy something, and if you want to take a break you hop on your private jet and go to one of your exclusive resorts in exotic locations for as long as you want to," she said. "I have to budget just to go away for a weekend," she said, and laughed softly. "That may be true, but I'm still alone when I get home, and I can assure you that doing everything on my own is not as exciting as it may seem," I said, and stroked her hair. "You are overthinking things now. We are compatible, we enjoy each other's company, and we have the same values," I said, but she didn't let it go. "Just think about the people you hang around and deal with every day. They are worlds removed from the people I know and work with. Where are we going to find common ground?" she asked. "That's very simple," I said, and she frowned at me. Obviously, I hadn't made it clear enough yet and decided it was time to let her know exactly how I felt. I turned on my side to face her and lifted her chin so that she could look right into my eyes. "It's called love, sweet Scout," I said, and her eyes opened wide. "I am madly in love with you, and that changes everything," I said. Her face lit up, she drew in a deep breath and her eyes were filled with wonder. I wished I could capture the image of her face, the way she looked at that moment, to treasure forever. Am I dreaming, or did you just say that you love me? She asked softly, as a pleasant warm feeling settled in my gut with the realization that I had caused her to be so happy. I did, and I mean it. I'm in love with you. I love you and I love to be with you, I said, and her face broke into the brightest smile. Are you sure? She asked, wide-eyed. I have never been more certain of anything in my life, I said, and laughed when she threw her arms around my neck. She planted kisses on my nose, my cheeks, and then nuzzled my neck. I loved her spontaneity and told her so. I have never felt this way about anyone before, I told her when she looked at me again. You are everything and more than I have ever wanted in a woman. Look at you. You are beautiful, kind, caring, funny and smart, the complete package, I said, and a red flush crept from her neck to her face. You are the only woman for me, I said. She hugged me tight and whispered in my ear that she loved me too. I told myself not to fall for you, to keep my distance because we are from two different worlds, but I couldn't help myself, she said. I'm glad you couldn't because I have come to realize that we make a remarkable team, and I know that together we are going to build a better world, one that we will share, I said, and she kissed me again. I held her close and realized I have never been happier in my life.
Chapter 10. I sat on the veranda of the McGee's house on the Big Sky property and stared at the magnificent mountains. We were there as the guests of Angus and because as things turned out, Angus had decided to partner up with Trent after all. He told Trent that although the quality of his work was enough to base his decision on, Trent's character finally convinced him that he was the man for the job. I liked that, he added, that he was all right with anyone who was all right with me. They were busy planning the resort, and I helped as much as I could when I wasn't too busy with the charity. Trent's money had gone a long way and had made a huge difference in the lives of many at-risk teenage girls in San Francisco already. They were getting the help they needed, and I couldn't be happier. A penny for your thoughts? Trent asked, as he came up behind me and folded his arms around my neck. He kissed me and I pressed my cheek against his. I was just thinking about how happy I was with the charity and how well things have turned out with the McGees, I said, and smiled at him. Yes, that was a major surprise when Angus summoned me to Blue Sky again. I really didn't expect it, he said. He saw what you are capable of, Trent, and he knows that he can trust you, I said. Unlike that sly Grayson character. I am not surprised that he chose you at all. How Grayson ever manages to get any business is a mystery to me. How can anyone trust him? I know I wouldn't, I said. He overplayed his hand big time, and I can only hope that he learned a lesson, I said. He is so arrogant, I don't think that's possible, I said, and Trent shrugged. Enough about Grayson. Are you ready for a drive, my love? He asked, and I jumped up. Always ready to go anywhere with you, and besides, I love drives around this property, I said and followed him out. He had borrowed an ATV from Angus and we took one of the mountain drives. The air was crisp and clear and I enjoyed every minute of the scenic drive. The road dipped again and he stopped at an open field, jumped out and walked to the back of the vehicle to get something out. What are we doing here? I asked, and he smiled and said he had something to show me. I joined him where he was unrolling plans on a grassy patch. This, my sweet scout, are the plans for a cabin, he said. Let me show you. Here you can see all the different rooms and the dimensions, he explained and pointed it out on the plans. Now, I am going to show you where it will be placed so that you can visualize it with me, he said, then placed a few stones on the plan to keep it in place and took my hand. We walked a few feet away and then he stopped and pulled me against him. This is where our cabin is going to be built, he said, and I turned to look around me. It was a lovely spot and the way he referred to it as our cabin made me feel warm inside. He paced it out to show the footprint and started by pointing out where the kitchen would be. It will be open plan, facing the dining room area, and over here you will have the living room area with a big picture window to allow a view of the mountains, and of course a big, stone fireplace, he said. He walked around and waved his arms, caught up in the vision of what he was about to bring to life. His excitement was infectious and I felt it flow into me as well. "This whole area will open up onto a deck and I want an infinity pool here, too," he said, getting more animated by the moment. "I can see it in my mind's eye, Trent, and I want to be involved as much as possible if you'd allow me," I said, and he turned to me. "You will be with me every step of the way," he said. "And if you see anything that you don't like or that you want to change, just say the word and it will be done," he said, and grinned at me. "I won't go that far, but I am just as excited about the project as you and I'd love to learn," I said. "You're a quick study, so soon you'll start telling me what to do," he teased. "This project is going to be a masterpiece because you inspire me and I want it to be the best yet," he said. "Let me show you the rest," he said and took my hand. We walked down the planned passage and he pointed to where the plan showed the guest room, the bathroom and the office. He stopped at the far end and turned to me. "And this, my love, is where our bedroom will be," he said, and took both my hands in his. He looked deep into my eyes and dropped to one knee. My eyes grew wide and my heart started beating wildly. It could only mean one thing. "I am building this cabin as an oasis for us, the place that we will escape to when we feel the need to get away, because here we will be refreshed," he said. I held my breath when he dug into his pocket. He took out a ring box and opened it. "You're the woman, the only woman, that I want to share the room that is going to stand here with. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me, Scout?" he asked, and I teared up. I couldn't believe what had just happened. Trent had asked me to marry him, and to think just a few short months ago, I was about to walk away from him. Will I? "You have just made me the happiest woman in the world," I cried out, and watched as he slipped the ring on my finger. I lifted my hand up and gawked at the size of the brilliant stone and the way it sparkled on my finger. I threw my arms around him and he lifted me off my feet and kissed me, leaving me breathless. "I love your style, but there is one thing you'll have to change," I said lightly, once I regained my composure. He cocked his head and frowned at me. "And what would that be?" he asked. "I didn't see a nursery for the family we are going to start on these plans anywhere," I said, and he chuckled. "I'll start right away," he said, then lifted me off my feet and lay me down on the grass. "What are you doing?" "I thought you were going to start working on the plan." I laughed. "Yes, I am going to start working on the plan, but not on the cabin plan. I have to start working on the family plan first," he said, and then he kissed me there on the grass, with the mountains towering over us. I didn't feel like I was awake in a dream any longer. The dream had turned into reality, and I knew in my gut that we were going to have a perfect life together. The end.